but she might be a little bit late, so I think it'll all work.
Okay, and then I just see Steve Shipsey has joined us, so I will start the webinar. Here we go. Great. Let me. Okay, good morning. Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Esther Johnson, and I am the commission assistant. Welcome to our March 1819 LCDC meeting. The meeting is being recorded and is available for live streaming through Granicus. The link is available on our meeting page. If you, excuse me. That was not a technical difficulty. That was just me. Okay, if you intend to provide public comment or testimony, please make sure to rename yourself with some sort of identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form on the meeting materials website so that we have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. When I switch you over, there is a slight pause, just to be aware. Individuals, when you are called on, please unmute your microphone during the public comment testimony during that agenda item. If you're on the phone, would like to testify, please press *9, and that will notify me and add you to the queue. With that, I'd like to introduce Chair Robin MacArthur.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. I'm gaveling into the March 2021 meeting of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Today is Thursday, March 18th. And Ms. Johnson, would you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Halova.
Here.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Here.
Commissioner Warren.
Here.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Here.
Commissioner Lilac.
Here.
Chair MacArthur.
Here.
And Katie Jacobson. Commissioner Jacobson.
I'm here.
Great.
You have a quorum.
Great. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Would you, Esther, would you mind putting the land acknowledgement on the screen? And I'd like to ask Commissioner Lilac to read that.
Thank you. I'm certainly pleased and honored to do so. I'd like to acknowledge the many tribes and bands who call Oregon their ancestral territory and honor the ongoing relationship between the land, plants, animals, and people indigenous to this place we now call Oregon. We recognize the continued sovereignty of the 9 federally recognized tribes who have ties to this place and thank them for continuing to teach us how we might all be here together.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. That was great. Appreciate it. Housekeeping matters. Scorecards. Ms. Johnson sent us, I think twice, a couple of days ago as well as today, the scorecard. And it is a really wonderful communication tool to staff to let them know they've done a great job on those items that they have, which is most of them, obviously. And then to maybe give some feedback on the best way to present information, both to us as well as to the public. I think that's really, the interface is really important there. So please fill those out. I think, Commissioner attendant. So we have a full commission today, which is wonderful. Commissioner Lilac has to leave a little before lunch and come back a little after lunch. You have a very important City Club of Bend presentation today. And so we're excited that you're going to be doing that. You're talking about code rewrites in the county relative to wildfires. So I'm glad your county is doing that. Commissioner Sandoval thought that he might participate today just without the visual. And so Commissioner Sandoval, when you feel like commenting, if you would go ahead and go on screen or raise your hand so Ms. Taylor can recognize you, and then we can know that you want to say something in the context of agenda items. And I think I'll just ask Ms. Johnson to call the roll relative to, oh, I guess we have to approve the agenda. So if I have a motion to approve the agenda first.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Johnson, would you please call the roll to confirm the agenda?
Commissioner Sandoval,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren,
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac,
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson,
Aye.
Commissioner Pearmine,
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova,
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. We have an agenda. And I might reflect on the fact that it's a little bit lighter agenda than we've had for the entire past year. It's we've done a lot of great work in the past year, but it's kind of nice to have a little bit more time, breathing time, and actually comment time in our agenda today. So although I wasn't able to lift weights with it this past week as I was reviewing it, but that's the only drawback of having a lighter agenda packet. I just want, as Director Rue is teeing up for his for the first item, I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the past year. You know, I was realizing yesterday that we did not have a March meeting. Our meeting was canceled because a year ago, March, the World Health Organization declared COVID a pandemic. And so we canceled that meeting because we weren't prepared to do the virtual platform thing. And I want to really give a shout out to staff because by May we were up and running. You had provided us with a wonderful training on how to do this virtually. I think the meetings have been really pretty seamless. I couldn't ask for more on that front. In addition to the logistics and technical part of this, staff has been pretty amazing. We've gone through some intense rulemaking, some very complex rulemaking, and you have really blown it out of the park relative to making that happen, especially with the challenge that we've given you to have more inclusive RACs, rules advisory committees. And I think actually, if I look at the past year, I think we've been more inclusive both with RAC members as well as being able to have staff or the public from throughout the state participate on this virtual platform. So there's many benefits of this. I am looking forward to seeing especially our newest members in person at some point, hopefully later this year. But it's been an amazing year, and just a real big shout out to staff because you've had to balance so many things on the home front and still provide incredible service to us and the public and Oregon's land use program. So thank you for that. With that, Director Rue.
Chair, Commissioner Jacobson has her hand raised.
Oh, Commissioner Jacobson.
No, I can't get unmuted. I just wanted to follow up. I had talked to you last night and told you I'd injured myself and wasn't sure about my attendance. I did not break my foot. I got that determined this morning, but I am laid up, so I just wanted to apologize for my lack of professional background here. But I do have to keep my foot up and elevated in ice and all of that, but I will be able to attend the next 2 days. So just wanted to let you know. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson, for joining us even in this in the situation you're in. And I'm sorry about your foot, but yeah, hope it continues to heal. Thank you. Director Rue.
Thank you, Chair. You covered a fair bit of what I wanted to start talking about. And again, I'm not going to read the staff report. It's in front of you. I just wanted to take a moment to expand a little bit on Chair MacArthur's comments about staff. From my perspective, we as an agency, and I mean staff, not me, but as an agency, I think we have been more productive in this last year than in any time in my memory. And it is made even more remarkable by, I think, some of the negative effects of remote work. Chair MacArthur, you talked about some of the positive effects, and yes, it does allow us to be more inclusive, more easily with Zoom. But it also, in ways that are difficult to describe, is very difficult for people because we don't have the opportunity to make those connections that we're used to. Andy Lanier from the Coastal Division reminded me months and months ago that some people have claimed that 90% of communication is nonverbal. And yes, we have the visual element, but we also have people who are feeling isolated and alone and really struggling, particularly, and I've mentioned this before, the weight falls on young mothers. And you know, with us today, Casaria and Esther and others who have these multiple demands on their time, and particularly trying to help younger kids get through school. And so we do have some hope in that regard as schools are beginning to open around the state. But it's been a very, very hard year, particularly for young mothers, and we just need to acknowledge that. So talking about staff, we just got an email earlier this week. In fact, when was it? Last week, I guess, from the city of Sandy. Sandy has been trying to work to incorporate House Bill 2001 provisions into their code. And so we got this, well, I'm just going to read part of it to you because I wouldn't capture it without doing this. We're talking specifically now a note from the Development Services Director in the city of Sandy, and she's written this note to bring out or to highlight the work of Sean, Ethan, and Jennifer Donnelly. They have been more than willing to assist the Planning Commission and City Council in the form of presentations. Emily Mayharg and I are impressed with DLCD staff knowledge, patience, and interest in making Sandy's code comply with House Bill 2001. Sean, Ethan, and Jennifer, you are awesome to work with, and I am very appreciative. Yesterday, we had a really good meeting with the Board of Commissioners in Deschutes County, something that Commissioner Lilac set up for us to talk about what has been a chronic problem in many parts of rural Oregon, and that is the non-resource or other resource lands issue when it comes to housing. It's always a difficult conversation to have with county commissioners representing the voices of many people in their communities. I think we had a great conversation. I say this only because under ordinary circumstances, we probably would have been there. We would be traveling the state more regularly, and we're not doing any of that right now. I haven't been much out of this chair for 13 months. I obviously haven't been to the barber for 13 months, but we continue to try to do the work to the best of our ability. And I'm just grateful to all of staff for that. And in sort of that same note, I just want to recommend to you, I know you've all read it, you've probably memorized all of the attachments, but there were 4 critical attachments to the director's report for this meeting. The first one relates to a request from the governor's office from Kristen Sheeran, the governor's policy advisor on all things climate. Some of the advocacy groups had gone to the governor's office suggesting that it had been a year since the Executive Order 20-04, and they hadn't seen much happening. And they thought that, frankly, agencies weren't doing everything they could do to comply. And so Kristen asked us to write up what we have been doing in the last year. And again, it's pretty impressive, and we're just one small agency out of the enterprise that's been working, I think, really hard to do some of the base groundwork, not necessarily the exciting gee whiz stuff that gets people all excited, but it's been solid work, as you know. You will hear more about climate adaptation from Chris Shirley today. And you all know very well the work that has been going on. You know, housing is a climate issue as well as an equity issue. And so you're gonna, if you haven't already, I ask you to please take a look at the document that Sean Edging and other staff have put together on the so-called RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Analysis, probably one of the best pieces of work that I've seen in a long time. And again, I commend that to you. And we also have the notes, and maybe we'll do this regularly, the slides from our February all staff. One of the things that we've tried to do, and I'm sorry if I'm skipping around, Esther, but because of COVID, we've moved from quarterly all staff meetings to monthly all staff meetings, because it is so critical, in our opinion, to give people a sense of still being connected to each other, to the organization. And so Kirsten and others especially have worked really hard to put together meaningful, helpful all staff meetings on a monthly basis. I also want to thank Casaria for her suggestion a couple of months ago about doing some more informal kind of get-togethers in smaller groups. Casaria reminded me, as I'm missing, that my door is usually open, almost always open, and I'm used to people just stopping by and saying hi and telling me a little bit about or what's going on in their lives, and me telling them a little bit about what's going on in mine. And we haven't had that opportunity. So Esther put together what we're calling water cooler meetings. And last Friday was our first one for staff members, just again, of course, on Zoom, got together and we just talked about all kinds of stuff, mostly trees and fallen trees and the effects of the ice storm. But I don't think we talked business for a half an hour, and about Deanna Caraciola, Cody Meyer, and who am I forgetting? Somebody else. At any rate, my apologies. 5 of us total got together and just had a great conversation. And we'll be doing that on a regular basis going forward, again, just to keep those connections going. I think the last thing I want to refer to you is related to the topic that I'll spend a couple of minutes on, and that's budget. During our budget hearing, which was in fact delayed by the ice storm, we were slated to go on the Monday, the 15th of February, and the legislature did not reopen until the following Wednesday, the 17th. Because of the storm, but out of that came a request to detail the state's response to so-called CESARA. And I'm not going to go into the details. You have it in front of you, but the long and the short of it is that the Coastal Division loses out on somewhere north of $600,000 a year because US EPA has deemed Oregon in violation of clean water requirements for the mid-coast for non-point sources. And this is at this point largely due to concerns about not meeting water quality levels in coastal streams, in some coastal streams because of turbidity and temperature and pollutants, largely related to logging practices in the mid-coast. And so you can spend as much time as you have available to look that over. We continue to try to get this turned around, but DEQ and DLCD continue to have monetary penalties and will for the foreseeable future until we can get some changes in logging practices in the mid-coast. And with that, I would simply say another aspect of I think staff anxiety is related to the budget. As you know, we took an effective 34% reduction in our budget last fall post fires related to fires and COVID. That reduction, including staff, as well as a lot of other things, has had has had very significant impacts on our ability to get the work done. And we're still missing several staff people. We have some hope that we'll be able to bring some people back before the end of the biennium. More importantly, we're putting a lot of faith and hope into our budget for 21-23. The passage, what was it, just a week ago yesterday, the signing by the president of the COVID relief bill, as you all probably know, has some $350 billion with a B dollars going to state and local governments to help bail them out from in our case in Oregon, the twin impacts of COVID and wildfire. And so we are hoping that there will be a significant positive impact on our budget prospects going forward. We have a very strong budget ask. We have wonderful support from the governor's office. We might end up adding some people, but most importantly, we'll have the opportunity to get back to full complement. I don't think I need to spend any time going through the budget process other than to simply say we had a shortened budget presentation. We were expecting to have 3 1.5-hour sessions, or actually 1 hour and 45 minute sessions. That ended up being 2 because of the ice storm, but we have gotten recent requests from Legislative Fiscal Office asking for further details on some of our budget items, and we're choosing to interpret that as that Legislative Fiscal will be moving ahead with our budget requests, and we should know more obviously in the next week or so. We don't really expect to know the final fate of our 21-23 budget request until probably May-ish or even into June, because of just the pace of the way things are going in the legislature this year. But having said that, I'm going to stop. I'd gladly take any questions, but thank you for the time.
Thank you, Director Ryu. We have a couple of questions. Vice Chair Halova.
I just wanted to ask more. Do you have more detail? I hadn't thought about the COVID relief package. I knew money was going to the state, but I hadn't kind of played it through. Do you have any insight onto how that money comes to the state and how that gets divvied up so early on?
The short answer is no, I do not. Obviously, we have a hole in the state coffers right now, although surprisingly, if you think about what we've been through as a state and as a broad community, our unemployment rate in the state of Oregon is just a touch north of 6%. And that's bad, but it is not anywhere what it was immediately post shutdown when we were looking at double-digit unemployment. So revenues, because most of the revenues for the general fund of the state of Oregon come from income tax. Revenues are not as bad as some people thought. And the key issue here is we'll have a revenue forecast, usually the first Tuesday of May, and I don't know what that is, but it'll be sometime during the first week of May, we should get a revenue forecast, and that will be the key indicator for the overall health of the budget. I honestly, Commissioner, don't know how much will be coming to Oregon. I assume it's going to be in the hundreds of millions, but I don't know that for sure.
Any follow-up question, Vice Chair?
No, I guess when I was concentrating on that COVID relief package, I was thinking, I saw the schools, I saw certain things related to helping with education, and I hadn't thought about it as a larger discretionary pot of money. So.
Well, nothing with the legislature is terribly discretionary. So the same applies to Congress, but yes, it will certainly help.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Thank you, Director, for the update. I wanted to publicly push back on the claim that we haven't been doing enough on the climate change issues. Like you stated, in terms of housing, we spend so much time dealing with housing issues, and that's obviously critical to climate change. But then the other piece of this is that we're really trying to be careful about combining climate change issues with equity issues, and that's not very easy to do. That's actually pretty difficult. Pretty difficult to do. It's also very time consuming, and I think most importantly, we're trying to create a very participatory process when it comes to this. So we've developed a very diverse kind of group of stakeholders that are advising us on this. And so this I think we're actually doing a lot, and it just takes time to do things right.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. You're exactly right. By bringing the discussion table around rules advisory committees to people who've not participated before, as you rightly point out, there is a learning curve for everybody on both sides, on all sides of that table. People who have not participated in government processes before need a little help understanding some of the arcane ways that we go about doing things. We as government have not historically included the range of people that we are now. And so, it's trite to say that you've got to go slow to go fast. But I do think that we're learning a lot. We're getting way better at the way we work with community members across the state of Oregon, but it does mean that we spend more time sometimes on upfront process. So thank you.
Commissioner
Chair MacArthur, I just wanted to respond.
Yes,
not to cut into Commissioner Lilac. Sorry about that. It'd be great to know who those activists are. Not the second, because it would be good to have folks like that included in the process. Also, folks that have that sense of urgency and fervor, and then also, like you said, might not understand what it takes to kind of get actual rules in place. So I don't know.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think they are. I think that sometimes, everybody gets frustrated at the slow pace of government.
Yeah, you remember me.
I just do. And so I think that many of the people who are concerned are involved. It's just that we all want things to go faster and we want to see positive results sooner. And so it's frustrating. We get it.
And we'll be able to take up the topic of the schedule for the climate change rulemaking later today. So we'll have a more robust conversation about time frame and expectations. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And I'm sure I'm the broken record as I say this frequently, but I just find so much value in the director's report and the attachments every meeting. It's so informative. And a couple of things I just want to share. I always have, I know, more comments probably than others, but I found this all staff presentation really informative, and I think it's so helpful for us to understand what you're discussing at the staff level. That's really, really valuable. I thought that was terrific. In my capacity as the Deschutes County Community Development Director, I really want to thank you and your team for participating in the meeting yesterday with the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. I think it's so important to maintain that connection to the extent that we can during the pandemic and always. And so a huge thank you to all of you. And I know, this last year, we've all of us that work in organizations the challenges have been extraordinary, and we've been in this together with all of you, with the staff at the department. But I think we also all recognize that this next year is going to be equally challenging, because we're going to be moving from post-pandemic to the anxiety, people returning to work, to what are post-pandemic operations, meeting and public engagement and remote work, and so many. It's going to be a completely new normal. So I fully recognize this is going to be another very challenging year as we experience that together. I just want to, the other comment, I noticed, and I really appreciate the staff reports, the inclusion of the purpose and outcomes for each agenda item. I think that's, unless it's been in the past and I've missed that, but it appears to be new, and that's really helpful as well. So a lot of great things that I find of really extraordinary value. One of the questions I had that we didn't discuss this morning, and I'm just curious, and I expect Commissioner Jacobson is much more aware of this than I am, of course, but some of my colleagues have been just raising the issue about what is happening on the coast, in particular with the erosion and the potential exceptions and that may be necessary to stabilize some of those homes or small neighborhoods. And I'm just curious if there are any updates to share with the Commission on DLCD's involvement with those activities. So thank you for allowing me to provide all the comments.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. We've had a Goal 18 work group going on now for a couple of years, because coastal erosion not only is happening, but is probably happening with greater frequency and intensity as the climate warms. And again, one of the primary drivers of a warming atmosphere and a warming ocean is frequency and intensity of storms hitting the coast. And so it's a tough one. I mean, these are people's homes, or sometimes second homes, sometimes primary homes. And so you can imagine, since for most people, that's their primary source of wealth. And so to lose it is a very big deal. On the other hand, most of the remedies that first come to mind, armoring the shoreline, may help if it's your shoreline that gets armored, but has very negative effects for your neighbors. And so we, as we are always in the position, I think this agency, more than almost any other that I can think of, is constantly at that midpoint of trying to balance public property rights with private property rights. And that can be a pretty gnarly place to be. But it is where we are, and it is what we're learning to be good at. And so those conversations about how and where and if we armor and how and where and if we retreat are really critical, and they're ongoing.
Thank you. Vice Chair Halova.
I didn't have my hand up.
Oh, you're on the list. Okay. Thank you. Well, and I'll just, I guess a final comment, maybe since my fellow commissioners don't have any other hands up. But first of all, I want to thank you for the whole idea of.
Katie, I'm sorry, Katie Jacobson actually does have her hand
Oh,
up.
I didn't see that. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. And you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. So speaking of coastal hazards, Director Rue, I was hoping you could give us a little bit of an update. I didn't see it in your report around conversations with Dugami and how that is currently going.
Yes, thank you for that, Commissioner. Just before we went into our budget conversations with the Ways and Means Subcommittee, the committee decided that they wanted to explore ways of keeping Dogami independent and funding them so that they can complete their science mission and share that with the state and local governments. And so at this point, that is the center of the conversation. That is fully funding Dogami so that they will continue in that effort as an independent agency. Again, I can make arguments on the other side. And what we have is an historically underfunded Dogami, where they are constantly having to go back to the legislature. And so I hope that there is an effort here to define the scope and scale of the work that Dogami needs to do, and then make sure that they get the money to do it. Because we've had at least a 12 to 15 year history of an agency that has really struggled.
Commissioner Jacobson, do you have any follow-up questions?
I don't, just thanks for the update. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And then just to continue on the coastal theme, and I think I mentioned this to staff in one of our prep meetings for this commission discussion, but I also, as like Nick, I really appreciate the direct reports. I learned a lot in reading them. And the one revelation I had this time, as I do always when I read the reports, is how much the coastal team does sort of behind the scenes. There's only a few times a year, perhaps, that the coastal team comes to this commission and presents their work. They just do so much more than just those presentations. There's just a lot of work. I was at the coast the end of January for a couple of days, and I just was reminded of what a wonderful asset resource it is to Oregon. So I just want to thank coastal staff for everything they do that we don't see. And then a final thing, perhaps before we go into public comment, I noticed that a few folks that are signed up on the public comment timeframe are going to be talking about Rocky Shores. And I'm wondering, Jim, if you'd be willing to give a few kind of framing points about that. I know that later in the year, the Rocky Shores habitat topic will come to this commission, but just to frame it for the commissioners prior to that discussion or that public comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this Rocky Shores issue will go to OPAC. I have to admit that I don't know exactly when in May, but in May, OPAC will consider it. They will presumably take a vote, and then it will come to you. There are some issues that perhaps will need to be sorted out along the way. So I can't promise you that it will come to you in your July meeting, but it will almost certainly be July or September. So it is a huge issue. Included in the issue is the whole notion of tribal harvest rights. And that is a conversation that the that the governor's office is getting is immediately involved in with tribes and with tribal representatives in state government, with the Legislative Council on Indian Affairs or Indian Services. So there's going to be a lot of talking and hard decision making, but it will come to you sometime in the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions for Director Ryu, we'll go on to public comment. Thank you. And we're going to wait a minute so that John gets that set up behind the scenes. And we have 3 people that will be commenting on non-agenda items. And I would like to ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes each. We'd like to hear from you on these topics, but if you can keep it brief, that would be great. So Robin Vora is our first person to testify. Welcome, Ms. Vora.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to comment briefly on 2 topics, land use planning and housing supply, and the second, wildfire risk and new development. So I'm making these comments from the perspective of somebody who lives in Bend. And I realize that the situation throughout the state differs quite a bit. And so take it on from that perspective. So after serving on 2 Bend urban growth expansion committees and seeing the consequence of growth in Bend, especially on traffic congestion and quality of life, I believe an amendment is needed to Oregon's landmark land use laws. The requirement of a 20-year supply of land for housing has resulted in the building of a lot of single-family housing that is not affordable to the individual or family, to an individual family earning median or lower wage in Bend. It has brought in many people from other places in the country, people with a lot more money. This has driven up housing prices in Bend to beyond what most locals can afford, considerably increased traffic congestion on a road system that was not designed for rapid growth, and increased crowding within the city and at recreation sites in and around the city. I recommend that a housing need analysis on the Goal 10 housing or the housing production strategy of HB 2003 be limited to provide a 20-year supply of only low income or maybe low and moderate income housing for cities greater than a certain size. And I'm just throwing out 50,000, but I don't know. I'm not talking about the creation of large low income neighborhoods scattered around the periphery of the city. The priority should be placed on mixed income housing, some subsidized, some market rate, and mixed use housing with commercial retail development within the existing city and especially along transit routes. Allowing duplexes and accessory dwelling units within the city and in areas zoned for single family residential in HB 2001, will help a little bit. But we need to get away from the sprawl of single family homes not affordable to the current resident and not be directed to do that by land use regulations. We should also discourage individual legislators from legislating urban expansion, especially legislators not from the area being expanded, such as what's happening now with Stevens Tract east of Bend. Now, briefly about wildfire hazard, Commissioner Lilac has heard this in more detail from me. To increase public safety and reduce taxpayer costs to protect structures from wildfire, Oregon needs to limit all future new construction in high fire risk wildland urban interface and strengthen building codes. Catastrophic fire will continue to happen, and possibly with increasing intensity with climate warming. It's just a matter of when. The state's land use laws should be amended so that all new construction within or adjacent to high fire prone forest and shrublands be extremely limited to unusual situations. Well, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Vora. Appreciate that. And you might have heard that, and you might know this already because you live in Bend. Commissioner Lilac will be making a presentation to your city club today on the wildfire topic. So
yep,
you may want to tune into that as well. Questions for Mr. Vora?
I have a question, Chair.
Oh, yes.
Chair, I have a question. Yeah.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vora. I really appreciate your comments, and I think they just call to why it's so important for our commission to really collaborate with the Oregon's Housing and Community Services Agency, because there should be a strategy for creating, mixed income neighborhoods, and a lot of what I see is the housing agency just building affordable housing wherever there's cheap land, basically, and availability. But I think creating a strategy between the commission and the Housing Stability Council could really kind of integrate a lot of the comments and points that you made. So thank you.
Yeah, if I could add just a minute to that, I did contact Housing Works in Redmond and HUD in Portland, and what it looks like is that a lot of the housing is built with federal tax credits, and the federal tax credits make it almost impossible for somebody to do mixed income housing and even mixed development. It just encourages the old 1960s projects, and that thinking is still there, and the HUD policies are that way too. The HUD people in Portland are sympathetic to this, but it comes from above.
Thank you, Mr. Vora.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
If I could respond real quick. Yeah, but the state has a lot more flexibility with our tax credit system. And so we are really trying to, create mixed income kind of subsidized housing. And so, I think there's a big opportunity.
Okay, good. I hope you succeed.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Robin, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your comments. For everybody's benefit, Robin is a really valuable member of our community, contributing to so many of our important conversations, from wildfire and growth and natural habitat and so many different aspects. So Robin, thank you very much for taking the time to provide comments to us this morning. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, Nick.
And it's actually a timely conversation relative to our agenda item number 4, which is talking about the implementation of House Bill 2001. So I think you're kind of priming the pumps for that conversation. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, Esther, our next speaker is, I'm sorry, I didn't copy the list. Thank you. Lawrence Bosch, talking about Rocky Shores. Welcome. And as I mentioned earlier, if you could keep to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate that.
And Dr. Bosch, you are in our panelist mode. You could unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dr. Larry Bosch. I live on the South Coast in Coos County, and I'm affiliated with the U of Oregon, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology. But I speak to you now on behalf of coastal citizens and groups engaged in the public proposal process as part of Oregon's Rocky Habitat Management Strategy, which will be up for your approval later this year. To provide you a bit of visual context on Oregon's rocky coast habitats, think about the rich tide pools, underwater kelp forests, and offshore rocks and islands that make Oregon's coast so special, habitats I've worked in for 40 years. These habitats support diverse species from sea stars to sea lions and are critical to sustain recreational and commercial fisheries and our tourism economy. In 2020, the state invited the public to submit proposals with recommendations to balance human use and habitat protection and to designate rocky habitat sites coastwide under the strategy. While our groups applaud the intent of the public process and remain hopeful that the state can reach the strategy's stated goals, we have major concerns about the process to date and are most concerned that the process will not have been fixed before the strategy reaches you for final adoption. Yesterday, we sent you a letter with our major concerns and recommended solutions. I'll highlight a few top-level issues. First, there was a lack of an objective evaluation process, which is essential to and characteristic of state-run public proposal processes nationwide. We recommend the creation and use of an objective evaluation rubric that is shared well in advance with proposal writers and is similar to those of other state agencies. Second, there was a lack of communication from agencies to proposers. Despite agencies' knowledge and site management expertise, collaboration with proposers was actively discouraged. To ensure communication of only fact-based information, we recommend an interactive and collaborative process involving the agencies and public so that proposers can include critical agency expertise and knowledge in proposals, and proposals can be clarified and resolved iteratively well before proposal submission and evaluation. Lastly, the Rocky Habitat Working Group is drifting away from a key strategy objective, the need for cooperative multi-agency management of specific Rocky Habitat sites. Please feel free to reach out to me or any signers on the letter we submitted yesterday. We're happy to share constructive ideas on ways to ensure that this review process is objective, involves the public at all key stages, and holds true to the stated goals of the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bosch. Thanks for being here and raising these issues. Questions from commissioners? Seeing.
Commissioner Jacobson has her hand raised.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I've heard some similar things from stakeholders in Lincoln County and beyond, just frustrations with this process, especially as proposals were submitted and evaluated. So I guess just a question and your comments about, wanting a different kind of process and one that was, had more stated goals and a rubric, available at the beginning of the process. Would you and the kind of people you're representing today, would you guys be open to restarting the process with new proposals if you had those things in place, or are you looking to try to have the current proposal you submitted, reevaluated with the new rubrics, or are you asking to start over sort of from scratch at the beginning?
Commissioner Jacobson, thank you very much for your questions. Basically, among several alternatives, ideally, it would be great to have our proposals reviewed with objective criteria. I've been involved in review processes, both as a reviewer and as a proposer on both sides of the table, if you will, for most of my career, countless numbers of panels. And your constituents and all of us that have written proposals were actually quite shocked sitting in the Rocky Habitat Working Group meeting last month to see the process unfold as it did. It was a great surprise, and I would say that ideally, yes, it would be great to have our proposals in this round reviewed objectively, but we are more than willing to work, our group, to work with the staff and with the working group to help develop a process that everyone believes is one that holds water well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. So just to reiterate, what I'm hearing you is, you'd like to have your the proposals you already worked hard on, to be kind of re-reviewed with more objective criteria, but that you're also willing to go back if the process was restarted from the beginning and everybody resubmitted or your guys were resubmitted with kind of more clear criteria, you'd be willing to do that as well.
Well, I cannot speak for everyone since we've not discussed this. However, to go back and start from the beginning does not seem feasible. And I believe it would not be equitable or fair to the many proposal writers that have put tremendous amounts of effort, thousands of hours into developing these proposals. And if they were to be resubmitted, if anything else, we would hope that those proposals submitted in this round would be grandfathered and not have to be completely rewritten in a new proposal format. But again, ideally, we would just like to have our proposals reviewed objectively.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bosch. Appreciate that. I think we will go on to the next public speaker. And Esther, if you don't mind putting that on the screen, I just failed to print out your list in advance. Thank you very much. Mr. Lieberzeit from the Portland Audubon Society, also talking about Rocky Shores. Welcome.
You guys all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My name is Joe Lieberzeit. I'm a resident of Portland, and I work as the staff scientist for Portland Audubon. I'm following up with additional testimony regarding the Rocky habitat process that Dr. Larry Bash just spoke to. I've been engaged in this process since it began back in 2017, and I work with the coastal groups to support the public proposal development over the past 1.5 years. And I'd like to say that I fully support Dr. Bash's testimony and also his response to Commissioner Jacobson. And just to reiterate that we have deep concerns about the evaluation. The public has invested a huge amount of time and energy into this process, and it's important for the state to give these proposals the seriousness they deserve. The public has spent thousands of hours crafting detailed proposals that included expert input from the scientific and land management community, as well as in-depth stakeholder engagement, which has resulted in over 170 letters of support for these proposals. Regarding our concerns about the evaluation process, I'd like to go in a little bit deeper detail into some of the overarching concerns that Dr. Bash raised. Number one, regarding the lack of an objective evaluation process. As mentioned previously, an objective evaluation rubric should be developed for this process. And examples are out there of other state agency frameworks that can be used to help develop such a rubric, such as the OWEB grant application process and ODFW's land acquisition program. And we believe that this would avoid the politicization of this process, which we have witnessed recently. Number two, regarding the lack of communication between agencies and proposers, because there was no mechanism set up for a formal collaborative back and forth exchange between agencies and the proposers, inaccurate information was used during the working group evaluation sessions and has appeared in recommendation summaries published by the state. This lack of transparency and dialogue has added unnecessary extra time to correct some of this misinformation and goes against the main tenets of the strategy. So again, we strongly recommend the process include a clear plan for agency proposer interaction and information exchange. And if this can happen now, that would be great during this process rather than waiting later. Despite these concerns, I would like to point out that our groups are supportive of phase one of the process, during which the Rocky Habitat Work Group and DLCD did a commendable job over a 2-year process developing a strong forward-looking draft strategy that improved on coastwide management policies and guidelines from the 1994 plan. And we appreciate that LCDC adopted this plan back in 2019. With this process, we have a great opportunity to balance protection and human use for generations to come for Oregon's rocky habitats. There's been a lot of great work and thousands of hours spent by the agencies, the work group, and the public to date. We're hopeful that the evaluation process can move forward in a more functional and productive manner, and we believe our recommendations will help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from commissioners? Seeing no hands and getting no text.
Chair MacArthur.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, I have a lot of gratitude for the time you've taken to come and the specificity, and we haven't been able to see the letter itself, so I think we'll probably be able to see that at a later time. But our process really matters. That's how we're engaging with the public, and for you to show up and be as detailed as you are in requesting the process that you need and works best. I just have a lot of gratitude for you for doing that, and look forward to reading the letter and hearing staff response too, based on what we're hearing.
Yeah, I'd just like to reiterate what Dr. Bosch said, is that we are willing to work now with the process as it is the best we can. It's just going to have, it's going to need, some changes. And also in the long term, we see, there's a way for this process to move forward. So please contact us if there's any questions, and we're happy to engage further.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Pearmine, there was a letter that was sent out. It was just last evening, though, so you may not have had a chance to look at it. But what Esther does is she sends out just the day before the commission meetings a revised agenda and then all the attachments. And so this is part of the attachments. And so there is a letter in the file if you want to read about that further. So thanks for that, Esther and Commissioner Pearmine. Any other comments, questions from commissioners?
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
This is Nick. Just one thought. This is such a new issue to me, and it's such a regionally specific issue. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity, and I know this is several months down the line, which is good given the vaccinations and those who wish to be vaccinated may be vaccinated by then. Is there an opportunity for either, if we come over as a commissioner individually to the coast to meet with the regional DLCD staff or a commission tour or something at some point before we formally consider the proposals? Because I think of, when I go to the coast, it's all about recreation. And I think, wow, everything is beautiful and everything that Dr. Bosch mentioned. But through the context of this process and this project, it would be really helpful for me to either see it in person or, through photographs, through an explanation somehow, just to really wrap my head around what it is we're talking about and the impacts of the rules and the programs would be really beneficial to me. And I'm not just looking for a trip to the coast because we all love to go to the coast.
Well, I'm looking for a trip to the coast. I think your point is well taken. I think that we'll think about that relative to safety and everything. But I think your bigger question, more broader question really is, we need to really be grounded in this topic before we can comment. And these are comments on non-agenda items. And I too feel sort of disadvantaged in being able to respond or really ask the right questions without that background. And I know that is scheduled for a future commission meeting. So thank you for that. I think that this will wrap up our public comment period. Thank you to everyone for speaking to us today. Oh, Commissioner Jacobson. Commissioner Jacobson, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question for our person that just provided public comment, which also was the same thing was sort of said in the public comment previously around kind of a clearer plan for agency interaction with proposers. And I had heard that same comment from actually our local chapter in Lincoln City of the Audubon Society, that was sort of difficult. And I guess I need one of you or both of you to kind of elaborate a little bit on, when you say a clearer plan for agency, interaction, like, yeah, what's your vision for that, or what would you need from staff? In your ideal world, what would that be?
Sure. I mean, I think what we expressed is that what we haven't seen so far, again, is this back and forth between the agencies and the proposers. So if there was a formal process, some type of assessment, readiness assessment, and I think, I'm not an expert in all the planning processes, but there are the examples I provided, which our group came up with, that have clear guidelines and objective ways for proposers, the public, and the agencies to interact. I think that's what we're looking for, and that's been really missing. We've had work group meetings that we weren't able to provide information. There was never an opportunity for the public to present their proposals and talk to the agencies about them and to clarify some of the issues. And so you can imagine that when we went to, there were several work group meetings that were actually closed to the public. We couldn't even listen in and hear deliberations. And then when there was finally the one that was open to the public where we could listen in, we couldn't provide testimony, and we could actually hear misinformation. And it could very well be because the proposals were very detailed. We wrote, very, in some cases, long proposals because there's a lot to them. And so I want to, defer a little bit to that the agencies had to read through hundreds of pages of proposals. But in any case, there were, in some situations, misinformation said, and we didn't have the ability to correct that. And so it's added more to the process to kind of try to correct those things. And so I think there needs to be that back and forth. And I would say even right now, there's a 30-day public comment period right now before the work group will reconvene and evaluate the proposals. So if we can have the agencies right now start reaching out to us, the proposers, and clarify these issues, that would be a huge step forward.
Thank you. And I know that Patty Snow, who's head of the Coastal Division, as well as probably many members of her staff, are listening in today. So what I'd like to do is to ask them to, they obviously have listened and been thoughtful about what the next steps might be. And I'd like to, at this point, in terms of this agenda today, is to ask them to go back and sort through some things and connect with at least the individuals that spoke today, but a broader group on what the next steps might be. Thank you very much for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now going to move into agenda item number 4. And that is the commission asked quite a while ago for, well, January, I think it was, not quite a while ago, seems like forever, for some ongoing reporting and monitoring of House Bill 2001 compliance. And I think we all recognized a couple of weeks ago in a commission prep meeting that using the term House Bill 2001 is going to be dated soon because we have a new legislative session and there'll be a new House Bill 2001 if there isn't already. So I think from now on, we'll just talk about ongoing reporting and monitoring of our opportunities at the state and local level to increase the supply of housing choice. So I will turn it over, I think, to Robert. Is that right? That I don't know which staff person was going to lead this.
Yes, thank you, Chair MacArthur. I'm going to lead this presentation.
Thank you.
I will share my screen here real quick. Okay. Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, members of the Commission. My name is Robert Manzanillo, Housing Planner at DLCD, and I am here this morning to give you an update on the monitoring and reporting of the middle housing. And so our desired outcome today is for the Commission to be up to date on everything that's been happening since our last meeting with you. So just as a reminder, some of the requirements of House Bill 2001, medium cities to update code regulations to allow duplexes by June 30th, 2021, large cities to update code to regulate all higher order middle housing by June 30th, 2022.
Chair MacArthur, excuse me, Robert, this is
Yes.
Kirsten. Robert, did you mean, if I may, Chair MacArthur?
Yes,
Robert,
please.
did you mean to be sharing a slideshow?
Let's see. Sorry about that.
No worries at all. Thank you. I know there's a lot of facts in this. It's got a lot to come in, a lot to track without our screens. Thank you.
Let's see. There it is. I'm sorry, I did not hit share screen. That would help.
There you go.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, so yes, getting back on track. Thank you, Deputy Director Green. So middle housing, some requirements just as a reminder. I've hit the first 2 points. Number 3 is the infrastructure-based time extension requests. Medium cities had until December 31st, 2020 to apply. We did have one application, City of Newburgh. I will review that a little later on. And large cities have until June 30th, 2021. And we have not received any applications yet, but I believe there will be at least 2 applications submitted. So an update on the implementation of the new housing rules. Here are some items that I'm going to go over. I'll go over some web updates. Housing team has been holding some open forums, some open question and answer forums for our constituents. I will be touching on the Newburgh IBTA review, and I will go over some of the local government support that the department has been engaging in. So some website updates. We've been making some general updates. We realized that after the rules were adopted in December, there was some outdated information on the House Bill 2001 page. So we have been going through and updating some of that information, adding some new links. There was an updated House Bill 2001 map to include Baker City, who is now over 10,000 in population. So they were added to the map. We updated to include links for the medium and large city model code and Division 46 rules. And we also updated the website to include a city tracker, a city progress tracker. Currently, this tracker shows the city itself and the type of grant and the type of assistance they are receiving. In the future, once we build this out a little further, once we start receiving some post-acknowledgement plan amendment applications in, we can add that information. We could add hearing date information and other important information that someone who goes to the website will find useful. And currently, this is what the city progress tracker looks like. We have the city compliance date that's really dependent on whether it's a large or medium city, grant type, and product type, whether it's a code assistance, IPTR, along those lines. So this is large cities, and this is for medium cities. Next up, we have the open forums. Staff has recently held 3 open forums. We broke it out into consultants, medium cities, and large cities. And you can see the dates there for those meetings. Generally, the meetings were about 2 hours. It included a short presentation from staff. We had some commonly asked questions that we had some prepared answers for, so we would put those into a presentation, and we would go through those at the beginning of each meeting. And then the remainder of the time would be dedicated to a question and answer from attendees in those meetings. And we did request participants send in questions ahead of the meeting, so we had somewhat of an idea what types of questions would come in, and we did receive some, but really the remainder of the time was just an open question and answer from the consultant group and then medium and large city groups. We do have ongoing meetings. So what we've already held, we're just a first in a series of ongoing meetings. And currently we have it scheduled for the first Monday of every month for about 90 minutes. We have it scheduled for 10:30 to noon. And rather than breaking it out by group, these meetings are gonna be open to all the groups, the consultants, medium and large cities. So just an ongoing office hour, if you will, for continued questions that cities or consultants are running into for implementation of these rules. And next up, we have the Newburgh IPTR application. So the deadline for medium cities was December 31st, 2020. And Newburgh was the only medium city that applied. And as per the rules adopted by the commission in last August, the department has had a total of 30 days to determine if the application submittal was complete. We did that on January 25th. We notified the city of Newburgh that the application was complete and that the department would post the application online for public review, and that comment period was for 21 days. We did not receive any public comment in those 21 days. So now the department has until April 25th, 90 days from that date of completeness notification to approve with conditions, or deny the application. And here are a few images from the application itself. This is an area north of the downtown area of Newburgh. This is one of 2 sections that the city is proposing for an IPTR. This area has, well, I should say that the IPTR itself is based on correcting water fire flow issues, and the city has a nine-step repair process that they are proposing. this north area has one repair to be made to correct some fire flow issues. And this is an area south of downtown, just south of that north area. And this area has 8 repairs to be made. And that schedule for repairs is a range from end of fiscal year 2021 all the way through fiscal year 2029. So the north area will be repaired first, and that's going to be repaired by the end of fiscal year 2021. So that would be July 2022, I believe. And then from there, the city is going to start working on the south area. And then some local government support. DLCD has funded 33 grant applications, those going out to 29 jurisdictions. So some jurisdictions have received more than one grant project funded. And supporting those grants, the housing team and regional reps, we're supporting those projects by attending various meetings, planning commission, city council meetings, project team meetings. We're really there for support to give any additional feedback or information that either the consultants, if a city is using a consultant, or the city themselves, if they're not using a consultant. We're really there for more information for the city if they need it. And this is just one example. The city of Sandy had their first city council hearing on March 15th to approve code amendments. They still have another city council hearing, so the amendments are not approved yet. But another example is the city of Prineville. They, I believe, already have their code amendments approved. So there are several cities that are well underway in adopting code changes for House Bill 2001. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Robert. Good presentation as usual, and a nice staff report. I have a quick question. Well, first of all, I'm really excited to see progress on the implementation front. It feels like we had a lot of conversation and rulemaking, obviously, on this topic, and then now we're actually flowing out to implementation. It's very exciting. I had a quick question about the infrastructure piece. And kudos to Newburgh for submitting their application and proceeding with that. I recall there being a lot of topic about infrastructure during our proceedings last year and lack thereof in several communities, but I was intrigued by the fact that only one mid-sized community actually applied for the delay. Any comments on that?
Yes, Chair MacArthur. I think you're right. I think we were surprised that only one city applied for an IBTR extension. But there are going to be a few more large cities that do apply. Yeah.
Thank you. And if we are going to have public comment, well, first of all, does somebody sign up for public comment on this? Maybe I'll turn first of all to Commissioner Warren, who has his hand up for any kind of clarifying questions, and I'll ask Esther if there is anyone signed up to comment. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and thank you, Robert, for your presentation and attention to this. I'm just wondering, kind of a general question is, how are we doing with this? What's been the general reaction you're receiving? And is there anything that the Commission should be aware of at this point?
Yes, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Warren, that's a great question. The housing team is kind of split up with fielding and helping out different cities. So I have a group of cities myself, Ethan and Sean, they have a group of their own. I would say overall it's going very well. I'm working with a few medium cities who only have to comply with the duplex regulations, who are making code changes to incorporate all of the middle housing. So, on that, it's been great. I don't want to speak for Ethan or Sean, but I think the overall reaction to this has been very, very well taken.
That's exciting that communities that are going above and beyond. Maybe you could, at the next meeting, give us a list of those communities. It would be really nice to recognize them.
Sure. Chair MacArthur, if I could add to Robert's response here
Yes.
to Commissioner Warren. I think what we've been finding in the implementation process is that there's been great questions that have been asked of not only consultants, but city representatives and city planners who are working on the implementation of this. And I think the open forums that we've been hosting have been really helpful for not only, well, I don't want to speak for the city planners, but I think it's helpful for them, but it's also been very helpful for that DLCD housing team to really kind of sit down, have the ability to sit down and really think critically about some of these sticky and tough implementation questions. We've been having internal conversations and we provide written responses to all of the questions that we receive at those open forums. So kind of formalizing those responses so that we can come back to them at a future time when we get asked a similar question has been really helpful.
Thank you. Other, just got a note from Esther that there's no public comment on this particular agenda item. No one signed up. So commissioners, any other follow-up questions on this great work?
Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Yes, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Ethan, I just wanted to say for you and to Robert, I found that you're providing the detailed questions and answers in the packet to be extremely helpful. It seems like I've been removed from this now for a couple of months and almost out of sight, out of mind, and this brought it all back. And to hear these extraordinarily thoughtful questions were really great. This is going to really help us understand how this is going to be implemented in all of the communities. So thank you very much for including that in our packet. Chair MacArthur asked the question I had. I was also surprised that there was only one mid-sized city that was going to apply. And without naming any names, do you have a sense of how many of the large cities might be considering submitting similar applications? Because they must be in the process now of preparing those applications. Given what Newburgh prepared, it's certainly a significant undertaking. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, there are two that I know of right now, very large cities that will be applying. There may be others that are in the works getting their applications together. You're right; these are very detailed application packets that Newburgh submitted. And of all the analysis that they did, all the technical reporting that they did, they only found that they had one deficiency really with everything that they studied, which was water flow. So you're right, there's a lot of information that goes into these packets. So without speaking without the knowledge, I would think that if a city is applying for the IBTR that they are underway. But yeah, they are. Maybe Ethan has a little more information, but there are two that I know of right now.
Thanks, Robert. I think Gordon maybe wanted to say something here.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac. This is Gordon Howard, DLCD Community Services Division Manager. I think the way the IBTR or rules, the statute and rules were written, it has to be a pretty imminent infrastructure deficiency that really will affect pretty much any new development in an area, because it has to be a fairly soon, and also a city can't make assumptions of huge amounts of new middle housing development in existing neighborhoods, because that's absent some very unusual circumstances, that's not going to happen. So I think that's going to limit the IBTR applications we get to really serious deficiency issues, and Newburgh was able to make that case successfully.
Thank you, Gordon. Commissioner Pearmine.
Oh, Chair, I had my hand raised.
Yes, but I thought Katie was first. Anyway, Katie and then Vice Chair Halova. Sorry.
I just also want to follow Commissioner Lilac's sort of congratulations and just talk about, we've been through this process with you to watch the drafting of rules. Commissioners were very involved. And staff, I just will say this is what good process looks like, bringing your community along through this so that we can be learning along the way with you. And so I just want to say how much gratitude that I have, and that's seeing inclusion in action is what I feel like we were able to watch, and why the implementation is rolling out smoothly and people understand the benefit of, more inclusion within our housing structure. We need it. And it's a difficult concept often for the public to understand. So I just want to commend you all.
And I just want to thank you for making that statement, that the statement of this is what good process looks like, Commissioner Perrine. I think that's a great statement, and that is so true. And again, special thanks to all the housing staff, but I do believe that all DLCD staff are modeling good process. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later in the agenda when we talk about the climate change rulemaking. But I think that's just a key. I just can't underscore that enough. So thanks for making that point. Vice Chair Holova.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to comment that I was really happy to see, I guess, the one example we have currently for the IPTR, because I think a lot of attention was paid to the idea that we didn't want this to be kind of an excuse, for not implementing House Bill 2001, and that we also wanted to make sure that whatever the deficiency was going to be done in a timely manner. And I think this is a great example of just that. And so when I first saw it, I was thinking, why those areas, and making sure there aren't any equity issues with regard to why one area would say we're not ready or not. And I think these are just extremely simple and clear, and this is when it's going to be resolved. So at least for the first one, I'm seeing this as a big success to be the intent of what that IPTR process was supposed to be. So I think this is good findings so far. Yeah.
Thank you. And I was wondering if staff could reflect a little bit on the current budget as well as the hopefully the next biennial budget. Maybe that's Jim or somebody else. But I guess I just want to, I remember being at the local level and needing state dollars to actually implement some of the things that were happening or we were requested to do from the state. And I also remember the testimony we had throughout the process from the local jurisdiction saying they wanted to do it, they have good intent and they wanted to do it, but they needed resources. And so I'm really glad you're getting grant money out the door for this biennium. But could one of you, or maybe it's Kirsten or Jim, comment on what is before the legislature for additional funding for this very important work?
Yes, Chair MacArthur, I think I'll let Gordon or Ethan take that one.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, this is Gordon Howard again. We have, the governor's budget did include making all of the housing, our housing team, which is on limited duration basis for this biennium, permanent. And we are, of course, hopeful that the legislature exceeds to that in their budget. And that will be very helpful. As you can see, the letter from the city of Sandy and other, we've gotten other kudos from our local government partners about the help that our housing team, in addition to our regional representatives, have been able to give local governments in implementing all this House Bill 2001 and also House Bill 2003, the important work regarding housing needs and analyses and housing production strategies. And we have also, the governor's budget also does include continued funding, technical assistance funding for local governments to both for large local governments that are still working to implement House Bill 2001 because their deadline is June 30th, 2022. But then also additional assistance for local governments to do the important housing work under House Bill 2003, such as updating their housing needs analyses, doing housing production strategies, implementation plans for housing. But also we've asked that the legislature make clear that the technical assistance could also go to cities with a population below 10,000, which the previous technical assistance fund didn't allow because it was limited to the cities that had to implement House Bills 2001 and 03. There are some smaller cities that do have significant housing needs as well, and hopefully, in addition to our great staff continuing, we'll be able to have a generous technical assistance fund budget to help local governments do this important work.
Thank you, Gordon. Questions? Go ahead.
Chairman
Sorry.
Clark, if I could continue on that.
Yes.
Just talking about what the housing team is doing with the help of the regional reps to be prepared for, fingers crossed, an eventual adoption of a continuation of those technical assistance funds. Timing is going to be very tight and the department's ability to get that technical assistance out the door into cities is going to be very crucial in that last year, because there's really only 12 months between when the biennium or the legislative session ends and when cities need to be adopting code. So getting that out really, really quickly is going to be important. And so we've got an existing process that we've used for the last round of technical assistance that we can really just use as a framework to get that out the door as soon as possible.
Makes total sense. Thanks for thinking about that, because if I recall how that works, you get the money maybe July 1st, but then it takes a while, obviously, to negotiate the contracts and execute the contracts. And then if they only have until a year later to actually adopt what they need to adopt, that gives them very little time at the local level. So thanks for raising that, Ethan. Other questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, I think we can close this topic. And thanks very much. We really do appreciate the briefings. Great work, really. So I'm at a little dilemma in terms of our break. I was asked to adhere pretty strictly to the breaks as not only the time frame as well as the amount of time, because people obviously have other things they're trying to juggle on the home front, kids and everything, and I have not been very good about that in the past. So I'm trying to be really good, but now we're like a half an hour ahead of schedule. So I might look to Esther or Kirsten to comment on I don't think there's probably any other topic we can bring to this time slot until 10:30. So what is your direction? Kirsten, do you have a thought about that?
Sure. I was just looking. Thanks, Chair MacArthur. You're right. We have guests for our 5th agenda item. Esteemed presenters from Portland State University. I'm cracking up at Commissioner Warren's dog. I think that was a dog.
Oh, we could just share dogs for the next few minutes.
Sorry, no, so I don't have a quick answer on that. I don't know if anyone else has a thought, or if folks would object to just taking quite a long break and coming back at 10:45. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, excuse me. The only thing that I would suggest is that we do have things like commission business, but I don't know if Carol is ready, but that would be a 15-minute item from tomorrow that we could bring forward. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much time bound.
If I could, yeah. Sorry,
go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
We do have some pretty intense fiscals due this morning that I think Carol is probably needing to attend to. So if it's okay, I'd leave commission business if we could until either this afternoon or tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it at its regular time slot, given that we really need Carol for that part of it. I don't see anything else on there. Other business. Do we have any other business a day in advance that we want to talk about?
Can we continue to celebrate our new vice chair? Oh, sorry, maybe that's on the.
And then I think we do not have any appeal items. Is that correct? We don't need the placeholder tomorrow as item 12.
Correct.
Okay, so I think the only choice to honor those folks who are juggling, again, a bajillion things on the home front is to take I don't know how long, I'm not sure of the time, I guess quite a long break. Yeah, we'll take a long break and we'll reconvene. Let's reconvene at 22:11, and that way we'll be all set for the 10:45 agenda item. Thanks for everyone's patience and willingness to be on the schedule.
Chair, could you say the time again that we're reconvening? I didn't.
At 10:40 we'll reconvene, and that way we'll all be ready at the 10:45 slot for Dr. Zapata and her colleague. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. Just briefly, I think it is Dr. Bates coming today.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry about that.
All right, thanks.
Well, the time is 10:41. Welcome back from our morning break. And it looks, all of our commissioners are on with us, as well as our guests for our next agenda item.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome back, everybody. We are on agenda item 5. And it's an update on our anti-displacement and gentrification toolkit, which we have contracted with PSU to do some work on. And this, just for the purpose of this agenda item, it's really just an early look at some preliminary findings. The work is not concluded yet. And staff has outlined a couple of questions for us to kind of contemplate toward the end of the presentation, and those are on pages 5 and 6. I just want to thank staff for all their work in the past year, but also for this phase. This really excites me. This previous agenda item, as well as this one, really excites me because we're moving into implementation, and it's seeing our policy work flow to the ground level and actually increase housing choice and opportunity in communities is really exciting for me personally. So thanks to everybody for that complete effort from policy all the way to actually getting stuff to happen. With that, I might just turn it over to Ethan to start out, and I think you're going to turn it over to Mr. Garcia, but if you can give us an orientation here, that would be great.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur. And good morning again, commissioners. My name is Ethan Stuckmeyer. I'm the Senior Housing Planner here at the Department of Land Conservation and Development. While I'm pulling up my screen share here, I'm just going to highlight that it will be myself, and we have a couple guests here from Portland State with us today. We have Dr. Lisa Bates and Si Young Sung, who is a PhD candidate at Portland State University. I'll give just a brief introduction to this agenda item, what we're trying to achieve here today, and a little bit of background about how this fits into the housing production strategy framework that we've established, or that you all established by adopting rules in late 2020. So with that, the purpose of the agenda today is, like you mentioned, Chair MacArthur, really just kind of to introduce this toolkit, the work that PSU has been doing on this, and to think about how this kind of slots in to that existing housing production strategy process and how this is really an extension of that work. So today we're asking the commission to listen to the presentation from Portland State on their initial findings, but also to provide some feedback on the proposed direction and really the use and utility of this this toolkit and how it can best implement, or how we can best integrate it into the Housing Production Strategy program. So just a little bit of background information here. This is, of course, part of House Bill 2003 from the 2019 session, which focuses on housing needs and housing production. This is really kind of part of this third portion here, this blue arrow or section of House Bill 2003 related to housing production strategies. As a reminder, here are the different sections that the commission adopted Oregon administrative rules related to that, or establishing the housing production strategy program. Really what we're focusing in on here is this section -0060, focusing in, or I'm sorry, 0050, which is the structure of the housing production strategy report and what are the city requirements to comply with the housing production strategy program. And as you might remember, as through the rulemaking process, there's not only a request for cities to define which strategies they're going to be proposing to accommodate or facilitate the production of their identified housing need, they'll also be asked, the cities will also be asked a series of questions related to fair and equitable housing outcomes. There are 6 questions here, one of them being a question related to housing stability and how cities are making efforts to mitigate the impacts of gentrification and displacement as a result of increased investment and redevelopment. So here's that specific question. So as a whole package of housing production strategies, we're asking the city to consider how the city is increasing housing stability for residents and mitigating the impacts of gentrification, as well as the economic and physical displacement of existing residents resulting from investment and redevelopment. And so where that comes into play here in this project is, hopefully this graphic looks somewhat familiar, is matching those particular strategies within this existing framework of this crowdsourced tools, actions, and policies that we've adopted as part of the Housing Production Strategy program, and matching particular strategies within this spectrum to anti-displacement and gentrification measures to increase housing stability in those areas, and really coming up with or establishing a process, providing a resource to cities and how they can do that work best. Just a blanket ask of asking cities how they are addressing gentrification and anti-displacement is probably too broad of a question, and many cities probably don't know how to even approach answering that. So the intent of this project and this toolkit is really to both provide a baseline understanding or a baseline process for cities to understand the impacts of gentrification and displacement in their cities, but then also tying specific housing production strategies from this list of about 78 to 80 strategies to actually address and mitigate some of those impacts. So that is the purpose of this toolkit and the project. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our guests from Portland State University, Dr. Bates and Si-Young Sung. So please.
Thanks, Ethan. Good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. It's nice to be here to share with you our kind of work in progress and get some feedback and discussion from the commission. For the most part, Si-Young is gonna take the lead because she is our lead on the project, but I'll give just a brief kind of overview of where we're headed. If you can go forward, Ethan. Actually, you can go. Since you've just said this, you can go forward. So I'll kind of let you know what our approach is. If you advance the slide, Si-Young is going to walk through the analytic method with the example of the city of Tigard. It's not we're not here to do a presentation about Tigard per se, but to share with you the conceptual method in the presentation that we're talking about and how we see connecting that analysis to the housing production strategies and mitigation. So moving forward, in the bigger picture, what we see this work as being about is really an equity approach to our planning for housing that considers gentrification, that considers displacement. And we see kind of two big questions. One, what housing production tools, or how can housing production tools really directly target the housing needs of those that are most at risk? BIPOC folks, low income and renter households, as those who are most likely to experience cost burdens on affordable housing, and displacement. So how do we have housing supply that directly meets those needs? And also, since as planners, of course, we are trying to address overall housing supply, particularly in growing areas, how can we do that? How can we use supply-oriented tools in ways that meet broad needs and also avoid unintended negative consequences for folks who are most vulnerable, and even open up new opportunities for them to sort of move up housing ladders? And so we have tried to make an analytic approach that will let us see what is happening for people, what is happening in the housing market, how that aligns with projections and plans for housing, and then try to line up tools from that great strategy list, which is already so well organized and color coded and thought through in terms of affordability, but trying to plug those in then to different types of conditions that we see on the ground for this equity analysis. So going forward, so Seyoung is going to describe this proposed planning exercise, doing an equity analysis, considering neighborhood context and change, and then sort of linking those pieces together. That would be a proposal for how planners in different jurisdictions could hone in and focus in their housing needs analysis and planning. So what's from our scan of what is existing practice in Oregon, it's a new focus on BIPOC, low income and renters. It is a new kind of spatial alert to displacement or other vulnerabilities in certain neighborhood contexts or census tract contexts. But we didn't want to sort of come out of nowhere and create a process that would be very difficult and challenging for planners to actually carry out throughout the state. So we tried to keep to existing data and data that are more easily retrieved from public sources, rather than a very complicated set of analysis or proprietary data sets. And of course, we have data, but then as planners, we are also doing planning thinking. We're linking together our thoughts in our mind, not just our maps. So as we talk through this analysis, Seyoung is going to present our thinking kind of out loud annotation of this is how we would think that planners would go through this exercise. And what we would love to hear from you, if you can move forward, Ethan, I'll just lay out our questions about this in particular that we're interested in feedback of, one is just, is this clear and to the point of your interest in terms of this equity and gentrification question? Second, across our state, do jurisdictions have the capacity to complete this analysis? Does this feel like we're hitting our goals of something that's in the wheelhouse for our planners? And then does this presentation method make sense to kind of annotate examples? Will that be effective for planners in showing how to do that work? So we're interested in hearing about both the content and also the presentation. And I will turn it right over to Seyoung to go through this analytic method and sort of strategy making example.
Hello, everyone. My name is Seyoung. So I will walk you through how the analysis has been done for this toolkit. So, thank you. So the basic framework of equity and gentrification analysis is twofold. So first, we looked at the existing housing and demographic data with a racial equity lens to answer the question of what are the housing needs of BIPOC and precariously housed people. So combining with housing data, demographic data, and the planning documents analysis, we looked at what is Tigard's housing now and what mismatch or what shortages are happening and projected in the existing plans. And the other part of the analysis is to look at the spatial pattern and trends in people, housing, and places. Housing supply happens in a place, so we need to know if affecting the housing market in a place creates inequities or displacement. So coupling both methods in the analysis, we looked for housing inequity while discerning gentrification and displacement pressures as unintended consequences. Then, well, since our particular focus is on BIPOC, low income and renting, so we began to look at how many renters are low income and how was the change by income level over the years. So this is the CHES data, and it was summarized for the city of Tigard. And we found a noted increase in renters, especially having income less than 80% AMI. And actually, there is a decrease in middle and high income renters over the years. So this growing gap, the growth in the gap between low income and high income renters may make the low cost rental markets worse to the low income renters. And our particular concern of this equity analysis is to find any disparities in experiencing low income or cost burden for BIPOC. So we looked at the most recent CHES data available and tried to answer the question of, are BIPOC low-income renters disproportionately experiencing extreme poverty or housing cost burdens? So this chart shows a racial inequity has grown, especially in the rental market, and BIPOC are disproportionately low income and renting and cost burdened. So the coupling with the housing needs from the demographic data, we looked at overall housing affordability through the housing prices and its trends. So then how affordable is Tigard's housing? So when we look at the first chart, Tigard's median rent has been affordable to renters, having incomes at 65% AMI. Well, overall, the rental market has been pretty affordable compared to the regional rental market, but the renters in Tigard, especially we are focusing on the low-income renters, so whose income is less than 50% AMI, those renters still face the continual challenge to afford rent. And the chart on the right shows the trend in median home value. It shows like differentiated pattern. So Tigard's home prices are less affordable than the regional market compared to the rental market. So our key concern is to know the rental market in order to match with the housing needs of key populations. So through the CHES data, we looked at the rental units available and affordable for different income groups. So this table shows, well, not enough affordable rental homes are available to the extremely and very low income households. Well, as you can see, the most severe housing shortage can be found at the income level below 30% AMI. And cumulatively, the rental shortage for extremely and very low income renters is almost more than like 2,500 units. And this might make the rental markets unaffordable and unavailable for households having income below 50% AMI. And so through this equity analysis of people and housing, what we did is to show how to address the problems of key population we are looking at. So first, we focus on what are the housing needs of BIPOC, low income, and renters. And we found whether there are any disparate problems in housing for them. Then next, we look at the market trend and renter inventory by affordability, especially to see how are the shortage of low-cost units. So combining those findings together, we found that BIPOC are disproportionately low income and cost burdened. And despite the rent has been affordable in Tigard, the significant shortage of renter homes for very and extremely low income households will increase the challenge of getting people affordable homes. Then next, we wanted to know how our housing plans and permits relate to the needs of key populations. So we looked at the patterns and directions of housing planning in Tigard to answer the question of how are we doing that? And is the new housing supply going to meet identified needs? So we reviewed the existing housing needs analysis and production strategy report of Tigard, which was created in 2013. Then we looked at the 2019 housing production report of Tigard, just looking at the permits by housing type. Then we also looked at RHNA for projected housing needs. And we found the gap between housing units in planning and actual production. So in reality, 38% of total units planned for 2030 have been produced or permitted till now. And the underproduced seems severe in single family attached and like middle housing type, duplex to fourplexes. And when you look at the multifamily properties in this table, like 312 subsidized units are in the pipeline. And together with the produced and permitted use, multifamily units have already been reached the 2030 projected needs by City of Tigard. So, but however, it's still not enough to fill in the current renter gap of like 2,500 units for renters having like low, having income less than 50% AMI. So this multifamily production would not be fully solved the cost burden of those low-income renters. So coupling with the housing needs analysis, and we try to find what is Tigard planning for and how are permitting activities that match with the needs of our key populations. So the key takeaways of planning analysis are three things. Well, the housing supply in Tigard has been left behind the plan, and middle housing is especially underproduced. And last, new subsidized multifamily properties coming, but it's not enough to close the current gaps of low-cost renter homes. And now we go into the other part of this whole analysis. So we want to consider the place impacts of housing production strategies, because housing supply happens in a place, so we need to know the spatial impact. So we differentiate places based on their vulnerability. So we utilize the indicator sets in terms of the housing market, the vulnerability of population, and neighborhood change about people and housing. Then we contextualize the indicators to the jurisdiction by using city average to compare each indicator. Then we map out and identify the zones that are in need of additional care when planning for new housing production. So these are our table of the indicator sets. So first we categorize each tract by its income level to see where low income people live. Then we particularly look at where BIPOC and vulnerable people live, especially for people who are generally categorized as protected classes under the Fair Housing Act. Then we also considered where the precarious housing is located, because the neighborhood with older and more multifamily housing may become more susceptible and vulnerable to gentrification. Then we wanted to look at the housing market through the housing price, rents, and their appreciation rates over time. The last set of indicators was for gentrification-related demographic changes to see whether each tract experienced those kind of changes. So we assigned 6 neighborhood types representing different stages of gentrification and maybe different levels of displacement pressures for our key population, BIPOC, low income, and renters. So all types will not be present in all urban contexts. So these defined categories that will support aligning HPS activities with particular kinds of neighborhood or neighborhood change, but they are not all relevant in all cities in the same context. So we think it will be useful, especially for places with a lot of differentiation across places, and for smaller cities, for example, the Hermiston, which will be our second example, that has only one track in the city. So those kind of smaller cities, this toolkit would be useful to have an overall sense of how people and housing changes are moving together. So here's the map of the tract level neighborhood typology result. So 5 types of neighborhoods have been identified in Tiger, and there was no neighborhood identified as late gentrification, and we based on this map, we'll ask the question of what housing supply is going into what kind of neighborhood. And we wanted to see how this related to planning for equitable housing as it going forward. Yeah, so on top of the typology result map, we overlaid where the new housing development occurred over time. So we utilized the data of housing unit changes by type and building permit data from the city's online permit system. On the map, the black dot indicates the housing units produced between 2013 through 2019, and the red triangle indicates housing permits issued for new construction from 2013 through for now. So so after comparing the housing unit produced and the neighborhood typology map, we found disparate housing development patterns by the neighborhood type. So more than 3 out of 4 produced housing units were multifamily homes in the affordable and vulnerable neighborhoods, as well as the neighborhoods experiencing gentrification now. And in the neighborhoods with an exclusive housing market, the blue and purple, they have the most housing units produced in total. And also we can find some gaps in demolition patterns by the neighborhood type. In the neighborhoods experiencing gentrification and the neighborhoods were affordable and vulnerable, the most demolished housing units were middle housing type. And the neighborhood becoming exclusive experienced large demolition in multifamily housing units.
Chair? Yeah. I was wondering if you could, Young, if you could repeat that last phrase that you said, that last sentence. I just wanted to
last sentence?
Yeah, I just want to digest it.
The neighborhood becoming exclusive, the blue shaded area, and they experienced the large demolition in multifamily housing units.
So there's no need to answer this necessarily, but I'm wondering if, because I think this very concept is happening, or phenomena is happening throughout cities in the state, in certain areas. And I'm just kind of wondering if House Bill 2001, with the new requirements for more density, might curb that. I don't know if you have any, you may not have researched that, but any initial thoughts on that?
I can take that question. I think it's remaining to be seen, but really that's the hope, right? Is you have the ability to provide additional housing choice, and particularly in all of the neighborhoods in our cities, these middle housing types will be allowed. It's not just in particular areas. So the intent and purpose is really to see an increase in housing choice citywide and not just in particular areas. So that it has the potential to maybe mitigate some of those impacts, but we all know that the market has potentially different ideas sometimes.
Chair, I wanted to follow up on my question, because I'm just trying to triangulate these two charts in my mind. If I just look at blue, for example, units demolished, the majority of them are in multifamily, right? And then I look in the same blue and I say, you know, they're demolishing a bunch of units and they're producing a bunch of units. They're demolishing multifamily units and they're producing single family homes in that neighborhood. Is that an accurate way? I don't know if they're demolishing those multifamily to produce those single family homes, whether that matters or not. I'm just trying to make sure that's correct. The majority of homes they're demolishing are multifamily, and the majority of homes they're producing a single. Yeah. And then I was just going to look at the green. The majority of homes they're demolishing is middle housing, and the majority of homes they're producing is multifamily. Yeah. So just trying to understand that.
Yes, yeah, that's what we've tried to look at it. And I think the way of your understanding it is what we wanted to. So there's like disparate patterns between like single family housing and like multifamily housing, like those kind of like different housing types and different housing development patterns are like occurring in the different like neighborhood types. So, well, of course, this is just, so this is the calculated from the like ACS data, total housing units by the type. So probably it would be more accurate if the city has like exact production and like permitted data and using those things to calculate like actually how many units we produce, like those like period. And that would be more accurate way, because this shows just like a change in the housing units by types. So yeah. But yeah, the point is the way you're like understanding this thing, this chart are the correct what we wanted to. Yeah.
Seeing, would you like me to advance the slide?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay, so through the mapping exercises for neighborhood typology and housing supply patterns, we try to find any special gaps, like as we said, like differentiated patterns, like mismatches while considering gentrification and displacement. So, well, certainly we found differentiated patterns between multifamily and single family homes by neighborhood income or neighborhood types. And actually, like multifamily housing development occurred mostly in the low-income neighborhoods, and most single-family home development occurred in the high-income neighborhoods. And also, we found that net loss of middle housing in vulnerable and early gentrification areas, and especially neighborhoods of active gentrification. That's the like orange shaded area experienced a greater increase in housing prices than the city average, as well as significant multifamily development over time.
So I wonder if you would mind elaborating on that final point in the previous slide. There you go. So am I to understand from this that the multifamily that is going up is more high end, like condos and things like that, townhouses, and that's why the housing prices are increasing? Can you just give me a little bit more information on that?
Well,
that's Chair, that's the implication, but there's not really direct. One of the challenges of housing planning is that it's very difficult to actually have like very specific understanding of unit prices to construction from kind of a distance. The prices are increasing where there's multifamily development on owner and renter side in these active gentrification areas. So it's kind of just it's like a ping, like there's something that's going on here, and then a local planner would be able to sort of cast their eye on that scene and see in more detail what exactly is the mix of things that's happening.
That's helpful, Dr. Bates. Thank you.
And Chair?
Yes.
Flash.
Vice
Dr.
Chair
Bates,
Halova.
Dr. Bates. It's interesting because you're right. It's a ping, and then you have to be like, what actually is happening? That makes me think, in the higher end neighborhoods, is the things that are being demolished, are they being replaced by the things that are being produced, or are those like just two different things? But it also makes me, and I think we come with our own lens, right? If you're planning, you're thinking one thing. If you're a developer, you're thinking another thing. So I'm thinking as a developer, in the lower income neighborhoods, they're being replaced by market rate multifamily, which of course have higher rents than older housing stock. But that's just what I'm, I wouldn't know that's true till you go there and see if that's true. Which is different than what you thought, Chair. Which, that's
Sure.
What's interesting. You're thinking more on the condo and high end, and I was thinking, oh, they're just market rate, right? Which has a market rate cost associated with it.
Yes, no, that was really a helpful distinction. Thank you. Yeah, different eyes see different things, which is why I like the idea of the ping, because it's a flag that then the powers that be in that particular community should take a closer look at those geographic areas.
Yep. So we use all the findings from what we found, and then we try to apply planning thinking to weave all together. So the overarching question is, well, for housing production, do we have an equity housing production strategy? So we combine all the analysis findings together to think about the context and opportunities for equity HPS. And we answer the question of what would we do to address the problems of the key population we are looking at. And are we doing it? Then we linked these answers to thinking of how we would mitigate the negative side effects of the strategies we are pursuing the key populations. So those are the key concepts from our planning thinking. So first, the housing needs of renters whose income below 50% AMI are still not met, although subsidized housing is being built. So we still need to work on more low-cost renters affordable to those renters, because those affordable renter homes will not be created by the market alone. So then considering the special factors, we can ask can new multifamily support stability rather than igniting gentrification? Then the existing housing plan of Tigard suggests more single-family development is needed, and it could open up housing opportunities for moving up potential and overall housing needs in Tigard, but there is a lack of middle housing options in the plans and actual production. Also, we found that more than half of newly produced single-family homes were located in the neighborhood having an exclusive housing market. Then will single-family or middle housing production deepen segregation or lead to opportunities? What should we do for equitable HPS then? And finally, the special flag can be found through the special analysis. So especially the neighborhood of active gentrification is located at the border of Lake Oswego, city of Durham, Tualatin, and Tigard. So maybe that area, that neighborhood perhaps serves as an affordable outlet for nearby housing cost problems, such as relatively lower cost housing than those in Lake Oswego or other neighboring cities. So, which may negatively affect the housing outcomes locally and regionally. So collaborative housing planning arises for equitable HPS. So how can all jurisdictions meet needed housing rather than having some serve as outlets? So the local planners will have to add their own context and process to understand their own market and communities as well. So based on what we found and based on what is our planning thinking, and then the next step is to figure out how we can align the HPS tools to these identified needs. So again, just reminding you, we need to remember that as planners, we don't make the housing for the most part. So we have to carefully think about the supply tools we have. So the very basic of this project, our key population and our key goals are to actually meet BIPOC, low income, and renter needs. And the second rule was we shouldn't make things worse. So we try to match HPS with the identified needs by the neighborhoods. And the HPS used here came from the guidance made by DLCD. And the first example is for the area in affordable and vulnerable neighborhoods. And in particular, some of these neighborhoods have a transit center, such as Washington Square Transit Center or Tigard Transit Center. So using diverse financial resources for transit-oriented development grants for housing will be also helpful. And it will be necessary to take proactive approach to the preservation of low-cost rental housing to mitigate the displacement of low-income people. So these are not like core packages. We are just developing it, and this is just example like how people can, how planners can like contextualize and then pick the right like strategies in the pool of HPS. And the next example is for neighborhoods of active gentrification. So the area requires extra careful planning to secure low-income housing in order to mitigate the displacement of low-income families. And so we have to make sure to increase the availability of affordable housing as more development comes. And also, we pointed out before, the collaborative housing planning approaches will be necessary to address regional housing needs for, especially for in this like area context.
So you may have mentioned this, but the letters and numbers A10, F9, they refer back to the list of strategies that are in the Housing Production Strategy Workbook. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Chair. Yeah. So, but yeah, still we are still developing this study and toolkit. So there's limitations, of course. So it is difficult to categorize all levels and all types of displacement occurring like across the state. So all types will not be present in all urban contexts. We should remember this. And like this typology will be useful for the places with lots of differentiation across the places in the city. And actually some details are not in the data set. Sometimes things we want to know but don't know about people and housing are very hard to find. For example, like, oh, we see demolition, we see productions, but we don't know exactly like what the rental level was it, or what the housing price was it for the demolition. So it's kind of, there's a like lag or the gap in the data set itself. So it makes the housing planning is very difficult. So also the time lag in the data set could be a problem as well. The time frames of our data sets and like especially our demographic information about housing needs and the timeframes of the planning and the timeframes of the actual development in response to those plans. They all like do not match up. We are just like kind of getting the hints from all of the analysis of the data. So this work needs continual planning attention. Like, for example, planners can check on their permits more often than like 6 years to know if they are doing things in the way you planned or whether they are doing like right way on the track. And also housing planning is somewhat indirect. So planners are not directly make the housing except for very low income people. So strategies included in Turkey may not directly address gentrification and displacement at this time, but over time they will address those. So yeah, I think my part is done.
Thank you so much. So Chair MacArthur, if it's okay with you, DLCD staff does have some questions for the commission, but I wanted to just give space for folks to ask questions of PSU just about, C. Young and Dr. Bates about this kind of project and the questions that Dr. Bates raised in the beginning, just about is this clear? Does it make sense? Does it seem repeatable for cities? Any kind of comments or questions about that?
Thank you, Ethan. I just think it's a great research that you've done. I'm just really excited about the research and the findings, and super presentation, Seong and Dr. Bates. I will open it up to questions from commissioners, and it sounds like Commissioner Pearmine may have her hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to echo that and just say I'm blown away. This is extraordinary. And thinking of the insights that you're creating and the community conversations that this is creating, I'm so excited by this. So thank you for this brilliant work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Halova, and then Commissioner Warren.
So I have like so much to say.
Please, luckily we have time. This is great.
So I'm just thinking about powering through a bunch of things, and then there's one question, but I don't know the best way to go about it. So this is excellent work. I'm really excited about it. One of the things I'm very excited about is the tool, and I'm hoping it's a tool that can be replicable. So you can answer that later with regard to the color coding and the classifications, because every city could produce that color coded, map. And then it makes you then say, well, what's going on over there? What's happening? And then community activists / planners, anybody, even developers can chime in on what's happening. And people will then have to be like, is that something we want to continue on or don't continue on? And that was the whole point of the equitable outcomes questions, was to take a look at your city and figure out what's going on. And this hopefully can tell them how to do that, because I think a lot of cities are like, I don't know, how do I even start that? So I'm super excited about that. My big, I guess, fear from the development point of view, I wear both hats, right? I feel like I have an activist heart when I'm a developer at the end of the day, is that anything that suppresses housing supply eventually affects affordability. And this is my opinion. And so I know in California, and I talk to people in California, there's such an anti-gentrification sentiment to the point where new development period is considered bad. And what that ends up having to do is constraining the housing market. So that's sort of like my concern. And I'm just putting that out there. The other thing that plays into these factors that is a totally different way to look at it is about the age of housing. So you could say a bunch of missing middle housing is going away to be replaced by whatever, let's say multifamily housing. If you layer on what time period they were built in, some of those housing might be affordable because they're at the end of their life as a building and they haven't been maintained. And some of those need to go as far as quality, healthy place for people to live. But at the same time, they're not being replaced by equally affordable because they're being replaced by new. So there's, when you have new housing, it has a different price point, and it's not about trying to make luxury housing. It's just the fact that it's new. And so it'd be nice to see how to layer in the age of housing into this conversation, because I think that throws it off. That what you might be saying might be doing to age of housing. And then I think the last comment I was going to make was, I was looking at some of the tools that you picked out in your early thought process of, what would be good for, to be anti-gentrification. And my biggest ones, I think, are in the category of D and E with regard to financial resources and tax exempt and abatement. So I guess that was my question, is you hadn't really picked out ones from D and E, and I understand that those kind of are outside of the realm of planning, but at the end of the day, if there were dollars given to anybody and said, make this and make it affordable, there would be people lining up to do it. And really, it's not from a lack of wanting, it's from a lack of, there's this divide in our development world between market rate developers and affordable housing developers. And there's so much expertise that needs to go into the affordable housing realm that it's very hard to cross those two. And the market rate folks are just doing new construction, and the price that comes out is the price that comes out because that's how much it costs. And so I was, in the future, I'm really hoping that category D and E is where the state and the city or whoever pours money into, because then it can open up the affordable housing category to both market rate and affordable housing developers. So I didn't know if you had any thoughts C. Young or Dr. Bates on a bunch of different topics that I just threw out there.
Sure. Let me answer a couple of those things very quickly because I know there's other commissioners who have their hands up. So age of housing is part of the typology, recognizing exactly that older housing is more precarious. It's part of the thinking about housing, the housing market. And there's, yes, that's just a natural process of aging and newness. There's no judgment assigned to that. In terms of the tools, then yes. So what we try to just show here is a couple of the tools that would tag in around a specific kind of a place. So where in this example, where gentrification and transit align, that there are some very specific tools around the idea of TOD. This is absolutely not an exhaustive list. And so our goal in our next presentation is to actually take that table, which already has a lot of categorization in terms of income targeting and tenure targeting, and add some extra layers to that. And we're hoping that would be an effective presentation that would show, sort of any neighborhood context this would work, or some context it would be particularly useful. And we're hoping that that will be an effective way to present that.
And there was one comment that I actually, this the one comment I wanted to make, I forgot, is you had that table that showed housing is going away. It's the two tables next to each other that I focused on. It'd be awesome if there was a way to graphically show that data so you could see, like, in these kind of neighborhoods, this is going away and this is coming in and this is going, to quickly get that in a graph. I know that's going to be hard. But thank you, Dr. Bates.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Helova. Great questions. Helps me understand the whole thing more when you talk from a developer's perspective. So thanks for bringing that to the commission. Commissioner Warren and then Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes, thank you very much for this awesome presentation and work. I'm going to ask kind of a 30,000 foot level, and then I'm not certain you all looked into this, but were you able to identify the reasons why this is happening? Is it mostly market based, or are there policies that are supporting this kind of change?
Ethan, do you want to take that maybe? In general?
Yeah, absolutely.
Since it's so difficult now, we're in the Zoom and we're not in the same place, so we're kind of like trying to look at each other in the camera and figure out who's jumping
Great,
in.
Dr. Bates, if you'd like to respond, that'd be great. Yeah.
So thank you, Chair. The big picture answer is no, not really. This is from a remove. Here are some data, and while I love data, the data that you could download and make a table of from here is not everything that a planner would see locally, and so I think it is very important that, particularly with this new work, to say we're not just going to make a housing needs analysis, but we are going to really deeply consider these equity questions and displacement questions. That it's a process. It's a process that might mean pulling in more information, the context that people have on the ground, the process and engagement around new questions. But without getting into some of the commercial data sets and more detail, it's seeing real estate market changes from afar is actually a little bit challenging. But I think we could think about, well, you will all be thinking about in implementation, what would the state be asking a local planner to do? And maybe it is more, maybe there are some supplemental pieces that go beyond what the tools that we've kind of outlined here.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Warren?
No, thank you for answering my question. Kind of the answer, but I just wanted to ask it anyways, because I think that's probably on most of our commissioners' minds at this point is, do we need to go farther with the rules we've already passed?
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, great. Well, yes, thank you for a fantastic presentation. I know Dr. Bates is a preeminent national expert on gentrification issues, so we're really fortunate to have her and her team providing guidance on these important issues. I did have maybe 4 or 5. I guess they're more comments than questions. Well, some are questions. But the first one is I'm really curious to see what you find out about the Hermiston, your Hermiston analysis, because I think there's a big difference between like urban and rural gentrification issues. I think what it comes down to is, these hot markets, right? And I think another case that you might want to look into is Bend, right? Because I think that's more of a rural area, but it's extremely kind of high markets there, and so I would imagine you would see some pretty dramatic examples of gentrification. Let's see. The second thing was that I'm wondering if there's a way to create a web page on the methodology that you use, because for cities to kind of easily access your methodology and kind of walk them through a way for them to do that. We do that a lot in the Oregon Housing and Community Services Agency. We have a lot of kind of web-based interfaces to that make kind of data easily accessible to different stakeholders, which leads to my next point, is that I think your method could also be very useful for the Oregon Housing and Community Services Agency when we're evaluating projects to get tax credits, right? We assign different criteria, and I think one of the criteria could be projects that are being built in gentrifying areas. So that could be really helpful. And so, that's something I could talk to Margaret about, or I know you already have a good relationship with them, but I think that could really be useful. And then the final comments relate to my work on gentrification. I don't know if you read my article. It's called Planning the Barrio, where I look at trans-oriented development and the role that ethnic identity plays in gaining some community benefits around that. So that might be useful in terms of thinking about some policy interventions that are that might be kind of helpful for mitigating gentrification issues. And then the last thing is this issue of a ping that you're all talking about. Is I think that's really important. Like a quantitative analysis would only go so far, but at the end of the day, you actually have to go into a neighborhood and see what's happening. And a few weeks, I'll be publishing a book called the Aesthetics of Gentrification, and so that has examples throughout the world. So like in Brazil, France, Amsterdam, some examples from London, from India, and then Los Angeles and Baltimore. And basically what we argue there is that there's a particular aesthetics to the gentrification process. So if you look at some of the aesthetics in Portland, you're going to be very similar to some that you'll find in Los Angeles or in all these other parts of the world. So it's more of a theoretical book, but it does have those concrete examples. And so this issue of like understanding, like the visual aspects of gentrification, like the aesthetic aspects of it, could be really useful in terms of, pinging the neighborhood. So yeah, but thank you. Yeah, fantastic work.
And thank you, Professor Sandoval, for all that, and just for your expertise in this area on the commission. It's really useful, especially as we go through these really detailed topic. So thank you for bringing that to us. I think that Commissioner Jacobson is next, and then Commissioner Pearmine.
Well, first of all, thank you for just a really great data set. This is great. Really appreciate that. Commissioner Sandoval said part of what I was going to say, just that coming from a rural community and rural coastal communities, there are certainly kind of different issues and contexts around gentrification, I think, in rural areas versus urban ones. For one, what I see in the community I grew up in is that it's not just neighborhoods, it's whole communities. And then people have to move out to neighboring communities because the neighborhoods here are relatively small, the communities are relatively small. But additionally, I guess just I would really encourage you as you expand your body of research and work. I know there's been a vote made to look at Eastern Oregon, but I would also encourage you to look at the coast on some of this work. I think that would be really valuable for us as you as well. We also have kind of an interesting variable here at the coast, and I know some other communities do as well, which is gentrification mixed with vacation rentals. So areas sort of gentrify, and a lot of those properties are actually bought up as second homes, and people aren't actually living there. So it kind of has different variables of a couple of different things kind of happening. So just mostly a thank you for your work and for sharing it with us today, and just encouragement for you to, in the future, maybe look at coastal issues and be happy to support that in whatever way we could.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. And I just was wondering, I think that the idea behind this work, and correct me, Ethan, if I'm wrong, that the idea was to have a model or a tool developed that is flexible enough to be applied to all these communities that we've talked about, Hermiston and Bend and coastal communities. So the idea in the context of this grant, this contract, we're not asking PSU to do more case studies. I think we're trying to perfect a tool that then can be localized with the people in those communities. Is that a correct statement? Ethan, you're on. Yeah. There you go.
Yes. Sorry, it is. Thanks for the question, Chair. Yes, that is the intent and the hope is that this is not, as Young mentioned in the beginning, that we're not talking about just the city of Tigard. We're talking about this as a useful tool for any city to potentially use in the future.
Great. And so when we get to the questions that you're going to outline for us, Ethan, we should kind of keep that in mind. How do we kind of make sure that this tool is useful in an array of communities, rural, coastal, big, little, whatever. So, and then Commissioner Pearmine, you have your hand up as well. So please go ahead.
Yeah, just appreciating this discussion and interested in Dr. Sandoval's work as well, and furthering this discussion and potentially asking for a presentation if he's interested in the future. And then I'm just thinking very philosophically about the state and rolling this out across the state, and bringing forward issues that cities may or may not want to see is really difficult. So I'm thinking of the bravery of Tigard to be the first city, and that it takes it on a very local level and in every community. It takes an intention of, seeing the value of having equitable communities. So I'm just thinking for the agency's perspective, as we talk about mindset shift, as we talk about, ways to shift culture around planning more broadly, and the state's work more broadly, in thinking in these terms. So, I think it's just exciting to think about. And it's also really hard because many places won't necessarily want to have this conversation. And they may, so I'm just thinking about rolling that out philosophically.
Great points, Commissioner. And it made me think of your statement earlier about good process. And I was kind of wondering what a good process, a good local process looks like in the context of this work. And I don't remember, because obviously there's more than planners that need to be involved in this. There's the development community, there's community development people, the different tools, city leaders, the public has to be involved in the kind of the education of what's happening in communities, and spatially that's just really useful information. But also the actions that a collective one should take, a community should take. So I'm wondering, and this is a question for Ethan, I don't recall if in our rules, if we are requiring a particular process locally. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, great question, Chair. In Division 8, the OAR 660 Division 8, we've laid out a process where we expect cities to engage both the consumers of needed housing, so the people who actually will live or potentially will live in housing in the future, but they're also expected to engage the producers of needed housing. So that would be the development community, other folks in their city offices, whether that's outside of the planning department or something else. So it is kind of a holistic look, but there is no established quote unquote process or step-by-step plan that's outlined for cities to do this work.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have a few more comments from commissioners, Commissioner Sandoval and then Vice Chair Halova.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually think that having more case studies, like, on the coast and maybe a rural, community like Bend that's seeing high markets would be really useful. And if Dr. Bates was interested in that, wouldn't we be able to, increase the funding for the contract for something like that?
I think that staff should take a look at that, and I don't want them to have to answer on the spot. But I think there's certainly an appetite for it at the commission level. So I'll ask staff to research that and get back to us on it.
And Chair MacArthur, I think I can respond at least in part to that question. I think in this current biennium, we're a little constrained just with the budget and where we can expend dollars at this point in time. And we're less than 3 full months to the end of the biennium. But if there is continued funding from the legislature in this current session, that may be something that we would certainly take a look at. So it'd probably be sometime later in 2021 where we would engage in that work if that's of interest.
Thanks, Ethan. Vice Chair Halova.
I was going to make a comment on kind of the rolling out idea. I think the easier this tool is for cities to take and to do, just do the work to make the tool happen, the greater chance we have for success. And that's one of the reasons why equitable housing outcome ended up being more questions and not so specific at that time, because we're like, we don't want to do a whole bunch of specific things that haven't had the benefit of, like, say, the work that we've seen today, right? And then each city is like, inventing some new methodology, which is maybe the invention of that methodology always comes with a bias, right? Like, what are you trying to achieve or not achieve, right? So I was just going to say the easier, and when I mean easier, I don't mean that it's simplified. I mean that it's packaged in a way that makes it easy to say you have to use this, and then people who are analyzing that can understand what comes out of that process. I guess my other thing I was thinking through this whole conversation was, I hope the outcome of this at the end of the day isn't like, okay, the green areas, because they're vulnerable, we're going to be NIMBY, cities are going to be NIMBY, don't develop in those areas because they're vulnerable. And that actually, this is my personal hope, that it would be more like, let's take those category D and E financial resources abatement and apply them more so, let's say, to that area to actually help new buildings happen, help, development happen, but also not create displacement, So that's sort of what I was talking about before, is that I hope none of this gets used as a tool for NIMBYism, but it actually gets it gets used as a tool for prioritizing where resources go and helping communities get new buildings that are healthy and sustainable and all that kind of good stuff. But I guess the last thing I was going to say was the biggest thing we struggled with on the RAC was the spatial ideas, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody at the beginning of the RAC was like, we want to put, high quality, affordable, great housing in these locations. It's like, okay, you can't do that in that process. This is good because it starts to get to the spatial layouts, and then hopefully it starts to match the money to the space, to the actual on the ground locations. So you don't shove a bunch of, let's say, affordable housing next to a highway, or, you start to think about it more holistically.
Yes, I found the spatial element especially intriguing, and it really does focus. It's just so much easier to focus on if you get closer and closer to the problem statement, if you will. Looking at geography always helps me. So I want to turn it over to staff. We only have, if I'm going to honor our lunch break, we only have about 5 minutes until the end of this agenda item. I think we'll probably bring it back in May as well. But Ethan, do you have, if you go through kind of, I think perhaps commissioners reflected on some of the questions you have are going to raise. And so if there's something though that you think in particular in the time left, you'd like some commission feedback on, could you highlight those elements, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I didn't want to halt that discussion because it was extremely valuable. And I think, yeah, like you mentioned, some of these questions, or I think probably the first two questions on the previous slide that I had up were actually touched on quite a bit throughout that discussion. But I did just want to kind of touch on these last two, or maybe there's just some additional thought that I request of the commission, if I could do that for the May meeting, we can kind of bring these back, is about just how we talk about displacement and gentrification in cities, and using terms like at risk and vulnerable may be kind of too heavy-handed and not accurate in how we are discussing areas that are subject to displacement. So we're trying to be very careful about how we speak about those particular demographics. So any thoughts from the commission on that at a future meeting would be great. But then also this concept of we're placing typologies on particular geographic areas. And what does that mean for the opposite end of the spectrum, where we're kind of doing this analysis and we don't have a typology for an area that has no perceived risk of displacement, those kind of gray areas on the map? What does it mean to be a gray area on the map? Are there particular housing production strategies that still should be identified for those areas, or is it all kind of good to go, which we know isn't the case, right? But what does it mean to not have a typology? And this really gets into the question about once you start creating typologies and categories, there's really no end to how deeply you could go on those categorizations. So we're trying to think about what those gray areas on the map mean. So maybe just because of time, we'll kind of work on answering that question a little bit more thoroughly as an internal project team. But just some additional things that we're thinking about that we'll bring back at the next presentation.
Great. Thank you, Ethan. Commissioner Pearman, did you have your hand up again and I just didn't see it?
I did, but that's okay. I was just reading an article about international development and the use of the terms vulnerable and at risk. So I really appreciate you lifting that up, Ethan. And I think as far as a culture shift and mindset shift and highlighting sort of power dynamics that play out in the planning space and in communities, I think documents to sort of to bring us through this as a community are really important too. So this is why the language needs to shift, and here's where we're coming from and going to as far as that mindset shift. And I just wanted to make space because Dr. Bates and Ms. Sung are here to give you an opportunity to react on our discussion, if that's okay, based on if Chair MacArthur, I know we're bumping up to lunch, but I think that, we get the opportunity to sort of discuss amongst ourselves. And I always think it's nice to give the people that have been doing this work a chance to reflect back what you're hearing and what you agree with or disagree with, or you think is problematic that we're saying, and just to really say I'll encourage you to push back if you have other insights too. So just, if that's okay, can we give that space, Chair MacArthur?
That is just an awesome question, Commissioner Perrine. Thank you. So Dr. Bates, we'll start with you.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Thanks again, Commission. It's been a great discussion hearing from everyone, and I definitely echo the call for Commissioner Sandoval to share his research with the group if he hasn't done so before, because it is also really important research in our world of urban planning and the conversation about gentrification. I think that what resonates for me is this is a conversation that is about a pretty significant change in the thinking about doing housing planning, that it is very much focused on equity, particular populations, that it's trying to make it more spatialized so that we understand how inequities, that already exist might be exacerbated. And again, I think our goal, and I hope it will make sense in documentation, or if DLCD ends up doing it as a kind of a website that people can click through, is to present a steps to follow, a manual, and also suggest that it is not exhaustive of all of the information and input that one would bring into the process. And so I heard a lot of good ideas about additional data sources to tag out that would be that people may have on their very local scale, that they're able to more easily look at and bring into the work and into the conversation. And again, that it's a both and. It's both filling the need, directly supporting the needs of the people who are most disadvantaged in our housing market, and also addressing broader housing supply, but in ways that don't have unintended consequences. Unintended consequences are not unpredictable. That's been the theme of my work, at least here at Portland, for the past 10 years. Yes, housing supply is important, and there are tools that we can pair so that we make sure not to exacerbate existing inequalities, and also recognizing that, of course, there's many partners in the work. I think no housing plan is going to solve the affordable housing crisis. It has to be. It's a many actors, many sources of funding, many hands on deck to kind of get to that space. And so I acknowledge also, I think we want to acknowledge that planning is very critical for setting our goals and setting our frame and making sure that what we're pursuing will get us somewhere. We have a unique ability to do that, I think, as planners, in partnership with a lot of other folks.
Thank you. And just to reiterate what others have said, we are so fortunate to have you involved in this effort, Dr. Bates. Thank you. And I wanted to make sure I give Ms. Sung a chance to comment if she has any final comments to say from the team.
Well, first, thanks for inviting me, and thanks for letting me have this introduce of our research today. So let me just make it short of my comments so we can all go to the lunch time. So first, Vice Chair, your comments, detailed comments on the tools, HPS tools, and then how to make better graphical charts and to show this nice presentation, that would be really helpful, and I will incorporate those for the next presentation as well. And then all the commissioners, your comments were so helpful to develop further of these tools. And I'm also excited to compare the results of Hermesa with the Tigard as well. And then I am also wondering, it's just a personal interest regarding gentrification related to the vacation homes on the coastal cities. So yeah, it makes me think a lot of those. So probably we can incorporate those things into our tools as well for the next LCDC meeting. And then Dr. said, well, actually, like I've followed all of your research because my primary research is ethnic communities and gentrification and displacement. So I'm so excited about your research, upcoming books and the research as well. And thanks for comments and everything. And hopefully the May meeting will bring more developed, elaborated tools for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it looks like Ethan has kindly put up the next steps for our May meeting, and he's captured a couple of things we're going to look at in May. And we look forward to having the team back to give us input on that. So just very exciting. I think we're all really very thrilled with the progress of this work. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We will adjourn for lunch now, and we'll come back, reconvene at 1 p.m. Thanks all.
Okay, the time is 1 o'clock, and I show that we have all of our commissioners. Commissioner Lilac will be joining us shortly. Okay, Chair MacArthur.
Thank you, Esther. I appreciate that. Excuse me. Welcome back, commissioners. Thanks, staff, for a great morning of really important topics and for teeing us up for this afternoon. We're going to focus on just 2 items this afternoon. Agenda item number 6 is the adaptation work being done by the department, but in concert with many, many other partners. And then agenda item number 7, which is to get an update on our climate-friendly rulemaking. And just as kind of a refresher, all of this work fits under a pretty big umbrella, a state umbrella of climate work, as well as a department sort of mini umbrella, if you will. And about a week ago, I think you probably all received it, there was a communique from Governor Brown reflecting on the fact that a year ago, March, she signed Executive Order 20-04 regarding climate change, greenhouse gas reduction emissions. And so that's in your inbox. I think it was a really good sort of brief summary of what she's wanting to happen across the state. And again, we fit within that context of that umbrella. And even though we call the 2 items this afternoon climate work, really what we did this morning, as we have discussed, is really getting housing in the right places and increasing housing choice near transit and near services, are climate-friendly activities as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Shirley. All right, maybe is Patty Snow, you're going to give an intro first? I'm sorry. Or are you just going to take it away, Christine?
I think I'm just going to take it away.
Super. And I think you're going to start out with some kind of diagram to help us understand this umbrella thing that I'm talking about.
I'm going to share my screen now. Come on. Why can I never do this right? Oh, okay. There's a little button down here.
Sorry, Chris, if you go to slideshow.
Yeah, there's a button down. Yeah.
There you go.
It's just that it's hidden by stuff. Okay. So good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova and members of the commission. My name is Christine Shirley. And for the last couple of years, I've been working on publishing the climate change adaptation framework with about 24 different state agencies. We published in January, so I'm going to update you on where we are. But before I do that, I wanted to share a diagram that staff put together to kind of contextualize the climate change activities that DLCD is undertaking today. And you can see on the diagram that our activities fall into 3 broad categories. Well, actually, they fall into 4 broad categories. Mitigation, which is the reduction of greenhouse gases in emission into the atmosphere. Adaptation, which is responding to the effects of climate change in a hopefully positive way. And sequestration, which is removing greenhouse gases from the atmosphere through forestry, soils management, and so on. And the 4th item in the middle of the diagram is our diversity, equity, and inclusion activities that touch on all 3 of those segments. And then on the outside of the diagram, as was noted, there are statewide initiatives, notably the Governor's Executive Order 2004, and a large number of state agencies are responding to the directives in that executive order. And then the proposal to do a statewide land use planning goals review. So that's kind of the big picture of what DLCD is up to on the climate front. So I'm going to be talking today about the items in the outlined in the red boxes, the adaptation framework and the equity blueprint, which was part of the framework development process. All right, let's start with the framework. Like I said, I'm very pleased to say that we published in January. I'm not going to spend any time talking about what's in the bubbles on the outside of the diagram, except to say that the framework is organized around those 6 topical areas. I was at the commission meeting in July and I explained a little bit more about those, but what I really want to focus on today is the center. And the center brown circle is meant to illustrate implementation. So that is where I want to focus my attention, is on implementing the framework. And I am very excited to say that we have already started implementing the framework. And I'm going to explain that in a little bit. The work group that produced the framework, there were 24 participating state agencies, identified 5 implementation strategies that they felt were necessary to achieve a comprehensive program of climate change adaptation in the state. And those are listed here, and I'm going to explain a little bit what they are. So leadership refers to the need to establish an executive oversight team to direct implementation and help find connections among agencies. Last week, the framework team gave a proposal to the natural resources directors who meet every other week to start implementing the executive leadership team. In the framework, we had 2 levels of, we recommended 2 levels. One was an interim level of leadership and one was a long-term. We recommended the interim leadership structure be set up. The natural resources directors asked us to come back with a more inclusive proposal. They wanted us to go bigger. So I'm really excited about that. Jim Rue and the work group will be working on producing a more inclusive, it's actually a much bigger leadership proposal at the meeting in April, at the natural resources directors meeting in April.
So would you mind indicating just in general what other groups the natural resources directors suggested?
Oh yes, thank you. Yes, they wanted to ensure that NGOs, cities and counties, and business groups had an opportunity to be in the conversation on a regular and sustained basis, which I think is wonderful. Okay, so the equity portion refers to the need to embed equity in all of our planning and decision making and program implementation. And I'm going to talk on the next slide more about equity, so I'm going to skip over that in a minute for that. assessment refers to the need to assemble and collect more information about who is likely to be affected by climate change and why. And that work we placed into a policy option package under the 111 called a vulnerability assessment. So hopefully we will get funded to do that work in the next biennium. Collaboration refers to the need to stand up tools and venues where agencies can work together more efficiently. One of our huge challenges in doing this framework was finding places where 25 agencies can have sustained conversations and share documents and resources. So we made some recommendations about how to smooth that out so that we can continue to effectively collaborate. And accountability refers to developing monitoring and reporting protocols to ensure continued progress towards meeting our goals. And I'm happy to report that one of those strategies, which was to incorporate the framework into the, or to append the framework into the Natural Hazards Mitigation Plan, has already happened. So the Interagency Hazard Mitigation Team voted to append the framework to the Oregon Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan, which is great because it gives the framework an institutional home and a schedule on which it will be reviewed every 5 years. All right, so I'm going to move on to the equity portion. As part of the blueprint production and collaborative effort, the work group recognized that we had some serious gaps in our knowledge about equity and how to incorporate it into programs, planning and program implementation. So through a grant from, or through funding from the Oregon Health Authority and Department of Forestry, we were able to hire a consultant to help us with that conversation. And the result of that conversation was what's called the Climate Equity Blueprint. And the blueprint is broken down into 4 areas. It makes, it discusses equity in these 4 areas and makes suggestions on how to improve equity measures in those. So what it does really is, instead of telling you how to do things, it lists questions that each agency should ask, or staff members should ask as they're developing their programs. So for example, in the build internal capacity, one of the questions in there was, do staff and leadership set goals to improve intercultural competency? And how are they held accountable to those goals? In the embed equity and accountability into design, one of the questions is, have we removed barriers for community participation? And then in the lead meaningful community engagement area, the questions center around how communities are being engaged in the process and actually having a plan for that. And improve data collection and use. One of the questions there revolved around how to ensure that community members feel comfortable sharing information about their lives and their situation. So the blueprint has been shared with the Executive Order 2004 Interagency Work Group on Impacted Communities. It's also been shared with the Environmental Justice Task Force and the Global Warming Commission. And at our next all-staff meeting at DLCD, it will be shared with the staff at DLCD. So this equity blueprint is getting some legs, and I hope it helps us refine and improve our equity diversity and inclusion work. Okay, so moving right along. We have a lot of ambitious plans for climate change adaptation at DLCD. And our ability to execute those plans depends a lot on whether the policy option package passes. We are able to do some of the climate change adaptation work at DLCD through existing grants and programs, but not very much. And we're very restricted in how we use those grant funds. So we have to be careful not to go beyond the work programs of those grants that the granting agencies have set forth for us. So the real point of this complicated slide is to demonstrate what we can do without the POP, which is very little, and to help manage expectations into the future. I'm very hopeful that the POP will happen, but we don't know for sure. All right, so now I'm going to move into some of DLCD's assigned, I guess, or action items in the framework or strategies. So the way the framework is set up, we didn't. The strategies are quite broad, and each individual agency is responsible for figuring out how to implement them, hopefully together. And most of the strategies in the framework are multi-agency strategies. We did not include in the framework adaptation strategies that focus on one agency alone. And that was partly to make the framework a manageable size. Excuse me, but DLCD does have a few strategies that have been, for which we are the lead agency. And I'm going to very briefly go over those. But before I do that, I want to say most of these things we are already doing to one extent or another, but what the framework asks is that we do them with a climate focus. And of course, my computer wants to restart right now. All right. The first one is to support our ocean and coastal ecosystems. And we are doing that now through participation in the Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Task Force, through estuary planning, and through the coastal program itself. The other strategy is to participate in multi-state collaborations so that we can learn from each other. We do that by participating in groups such as the Pacific Coast Collaborative and the Ocean Alliance. And there are other multi-state groups that DLCD works with. So we'll continue to do that. Advocate for climate resilient building and management practices. We do that now largely through our floodplain management program, but also in the coastal side through the tsunami planning and land use, landslide guide and that those products. The next one is to leverage the state land use planning program. That has been talked about a lot. We're not currently doing that as much as we could be doing it, partly because of resources, but it's one of our climate change adaptation strategies. And we are doing it. We heard this morning, how the housing group is leveraging the land use planning program. All right, the other one is to support communities addressing climate mitigation, adaptation, and carbon sequestration through consultation on their comprehensive plans and land use regulations and standalone adaptation plans and so on. We've been able to do a little bit of that on the coast through our NOAA grants, and we hope to do more. We also do some work with communities on climate change through the Natural Hazard Mitigation Planning program. And then to that encourage hazard mitigation projects that reduce risk from climate change. The department's natural hazards team works with communities to develop natural hazard mitigation plans, but they also keep communities apprised of grant opportunities and the process for obtaining FEMA grants to do mitigation projects. And increasingly, we want those mitigation projects to address climate change hazards. Identify economic opportunities and workforce needs related to creating climate resilience. Our economic folks put that one in there, and I was very happy to see that. And then finally, to embrace scenario planning in our planning, in our work with communities. And for those of you who are not familiar with scenario planning, it's a way to imagine futures in a future climate world environment, not necessarily to pick one of those futures, but to understand the implications of the different possible futures and what might be required to get there, and what some of the challenges might be. So it's a way of kind of thinking creatively about the future, which is one of the big challenges of climate change adaptation, because we can't rely on the models of the past to predict the future like we have been able to do for the last 50 years. All right. So with that, I'm going to move on to our next steps from now until the end of this biennium. So the first is to gain approval of an implementation strategies from the natural resources directors. As I mentioned, I think we're on the road to doing that. We are, though the climate change adaptation work group is still meeting weekly by Zoom, and our task for the next few weeks is to scope out a comprehensive vulnerability assessment, so that if the POP passes, we are ready to hit the ground running with that, and to develop an RFP for a consultant. And then the next step is to develop DLCD's climate adaptation action plan for the next biennium. And we're going to start that conversation at the March all staff meeting. So that is a quick overview of our DLCD climate change adaptation work and the framework, and I welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Appreciate that. I appreciate the the bubble diagram in the beginning. That was really helpful to me. Questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Pearvine.
It's a comment, of course. I'm a commenter, but I particularly appreciate how you've centered the equity work, literally in the chart itself, but in oftentimes equity will be put to the side. But I appreciate how you have recognized the need that it needs to be centered, and that when we center the most impacted communities, especially with climate change, we do better planning. So much appreciated and beautiful plan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Pearvine. Vice Chair Halova.
Yeah, I would love to second with what Commissioner Pearvine said. That kind of makes me excited. Also, the practicality of the questions that you were bringing up in each category, so that it actually becomes something actionable, I think is important. I think the comment I was going to make was, zoning and land use weirdly seems very separated from building and building codes, even though the things we're planning for is that people, build, or not necessarily all the stuff we plan for, but some of it deals with buildings at the end of the day. And so I was kind of looking for that and saw that. I saw that in a couple ways. One was being an advocate for climate resilient buildings, right? And the other way I saw that was about, let's see if I wrote my notes right. something about sequestration with regard to maybe also buildings. And then the third place I saw that was economic opportunity for resilient buildings. And so I guess there's one thing that kind of fits the sequestration and the economic opportunity, and that's this mass timber movement. That's pretty strong now in Oregon, and Oregon has been the leader in the mass timber movement in the United States, I would say. And in order to continue being the leader, we have to have policies and dollars and advocacy in relation to promoting that. And mass timber essentially being able to make buildings that you previously wouldn't have been able to make out of wood, but now you can make them out of wood. And that is huge economic opportunity, especially in our rural communities. But that takes advocacy. And there was a push, 5 years ago for, very strong in that advocacy. And I feel like it's kind of waned. And so I don't know how our department can play a role in promoting that, but I think that's important. And then I guess the other one is climate resilient buildings being green buildings, right? Having standards that use lower energy. The building sector, I think, contributes 40% to the climate greenhouse gas emissions. That's huge. And I think people always think about transportation, but not as much buildings. And just with small changes in each building, it could have a lot of effect. So I also don't know how that fits into our department, but I basically was thinking mass timber, I was thinking green buildings, and then I was also thinking solar. Sometimes we have these conflicts with solar in high value farmland. The buildings are the perfect place to advocate for that solar to happen close to the source of the use, right? So you minimize transportation costs and all that kind of stuff. I still don't know how our department does or doesn't influence that, but it's considering we're pushing housing policy and climate, we have to be pushing for green buildings. I just don't know what is the mechanism. So I thought maybe you could talk more on that.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur and Vice Chair Halova and the commission, yes, thank you for those suggestions. Those are areas that did not receive specific attention in the framework because, like I say, we have broad strategies, but I will definitely bring them up at our all staff conversation so that we can start thinking about how we can integrate those ideas into our DLCD work.
Yeah, and at the end of the month, there's the International Mass Timber Conference happening, and now it's virtual. The reason I know about it is I'm on the agenda. And I did mention this climate work in my comments there because I was like, I want to get this idea out there. I'd be interested. I'll probably go and look at the agenda and wonder if there's anything that gets closer to the land use connection. And if I find anything, I'll send it.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Halova, Vice Chair, Halova, I find your comments really interesting and I like you connecting all those dots, and it made me think about the building department for the state. I don't recall which department it is under, but I think it's probably not one of the natural resources directors, and that's the group that's kind of leading your work. So what is the mechanism, and maybe Jim would jump in or whatever, but what is the mechanism should the staff decide to look into that area? What's the mechanism for connecting with agencies outside the natural resources directors?
Chair MacArthur, I'll start. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that the natural resources directors were, the proposal that we made to them was that they invite key agency directors from other non-natural resource agencies into the leadership team.
So if I may pick up from that, clearly one of the most profound impacts of a warming climate is adverse health effects and outcomes. And so the health department is key. I think there are two things I want to mention. The first is that the land use system is much broader than simply land use. Obviously, we have goals that touch housing and employment and transportation and infrastructure. And all of those things, I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out how we get to green building. Green building itself in the enterprise of state government does not really have a home like we would perhaps want it to. Part of it is at the Department of Energy. They spend a lot of time on residential energy conservation and making sure that we're getting the greatest output in terms of energy at the least input. The other places where it shows up is, I think, Robin, you were asking about building codes. Department of Business and Community, or Department of Community and Business Services, DCBS, houses the Building Codes Division. And so they are key, while they don't necessarily come under the heading of green building. They're doing a lot of work on energy efficiency in building codes across the state. And then, of course, Housing and Community Services is involved there. I think that it's important to remember that this land use system doesn't get implemented without our partner agencies. And depending upon what the issue is, we really have the entire enterprise to tap into. So while it's not land use per se, we claim to be able to direct every agency and state government to do what they need to do. And we exercise that on a fairly regular basis. And so Chris's point about going beyond the Natural Resources Cabinet for governance is critical here. Chris did a presentation a week ago today to Cabinet, and she did a presentation that was focused on implementation and asking for 4 or 5 or 6 key agencies to do the work because they helped us scope it. So it was Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, Fish and Wildlife, Forestry, Business Oregon, and I'm missing somebody, Chris.
Health Authority.
Yeah, Health Authority, thank you. We're part of our scoping group a year and a half ago when we began this process. And we thought, okay, we'll go to the same people. Well, that lasted about as long as it took Chris to stop talking and other directors to start talking. And Richard Whitman was one who brought up Association of Oregon Counties and League of Oregon Cities. And from there, it went to community-based organizations and as Chris said, other business and community interests. I thought we were going to get through the conversation without somebody mentioning our federal government partners. We did not. So all of this has culminated in a conversation that Richard Whitman, Jason Miner, and I are going to have tomorrow afternoon about exactly what this governance structure looks like. Because, again, to go back to Chris's point about implementation, governance and accountability are the key issues now as we ask not only state agencies, but building trades councils and everybody else you can think of. I mean, the scary one for me is Associated General Contractors because of anytime you're building something, you need to be building it with climate adaptation in mind. This is going to happen. We need to be prepared, and we need to understand that a warming world has disparate effects on different populations, particularly populations who are most vulnerable to start with. So we're going to have tentacles across the enterprise in this effort, and we're really at a pretty exciting time. We did this 11 years ago. And I can walk out of my office right now and get you 50 copies of the climate adaptation framework that we developed back in 10. They've been sitting there for 11 years. We don't want that to happen again. Iteration 2 has to be implementable.
So thank you, Jim. As long as you have the floor, would you reflect a little bit? Yeah. As long as you're there, yeah, I appreciate your reflections on our POP, our policy option package for this very thing, because I understand from the graph that Chris showed us earlier, there's a pretty limited amount of things we can do without additional funding for her position, but other things. And so I think it's a nice forum to highlight for us, but also for others who are listening, how critically important that policy option package is.
Yeah, it's one that I don't worry about too much, because I think that if there's one issue that has bipartisan support, at least some, it's if we can stay open, you know, among some populations, you can't yet talk about what drives a warming climate. At least you can't lay it at the feet of humans. And if there is a bipartisan moment, it is that it's pretty irrefutable that the climate is warming. And so I'm not so worried about the legislature when it comes to passing this POP. The critical issue here, as far as I'm concerned, is getting we're not asking for a lot of money. We're asking for $700,000. About 400 of that will go to some form of consultancy or expertise from outside. And it's really interesting that just, when was it, today or yesterday, and I'm looking at my email right now, we got an email from Erica Fleischman. So it was this morning at 8:15. Erica Fleischman, who is the current director of the Oregon Climate Research Institute at OSU, was asking how we can get some of her students and colleagues involved in this work, both as aspirational for young people looking for jobs, but also tapping them for their expertise. But what we need is a very clear focus on how a warming climate affects people. And that, of course, that's a warming ocean, that's a warming atmosphere. The reason why we're happy about hazard mitigation connection is frequency and intensity of storms plus increasing heat are the primary climatological drivers. We need to understand how people are affected by those things and what the health effects are. So that's where we're headed. A lot of work to do, but an exciting time.
Yes, it's very exciting. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Chair MacArthur. Oh, I just wanted to add, now that the question was addressed about the buildings, it kind of reminded me of these different connections. And one of them is on the mass timber side. Essentially, the work that it was done in Oregon helped, and a lot of you probably don't know this, but the work that was done in Oregon on specific projects ended up changing the International Building Code with regard to allowing for mass timber buildings in the United States. And so I think I haven't thought about this in a while, but there's like 3 categories of buildings that are allowed now: a 12-story building, what is an 8-story? I might be messing this up a little bit, but it's something like an 8-story building, a 12-story building, and an 18-story building.
Yep.
And the 8-story building was based on a building called Carbon 12 that's in Portland. The 12-story building was based on the project I worked on called Framework. And I think the 18-story one was based on a project in Vancouver, BC. And basically all that knowledge changed the International Building Code across the United States. So we're a leader in that. And then it's like, what next? So it just made, and the Building Codes Division was amazing. I can't even speak how well I could speak on them during that whole process, because they were interested in innovation. They were interested in the economic development aspect of it. And so I think they should be included in something. I don't know what. And then it just reminded me of the Energy Trust of Oregon.
Yeah.
Huge in thinking about buildings, and pretty much anything we do in development that has a little bit extra dollars associated with it, we do it as a result of the money we get from Energy Trust. And they're constantly saying, hey, you want to try this? You want to try that? And then we ask, how much money do you have for that? And that is slowly changing our industry. So I think those two players are important. Somehow.
Yeah, thank you. And Kirsten's not going to ever forgive me if I don't mention her really critical work involving mass timber in wildfire recovery, particularly in the Rogue Valley, where we lost so many structures, 2,000 plus, most of them at the lower end of the income scale. And we're in serious danger of losing trailer parks, affordable housing, particularly for farm workers and service workers. And so Kirsten has been working with a bunch of parties to try to find a new market for all of these burned trees that are coming down, and how they can be turned into affordable housing, and modular, prefab affordable housing. I'm not sure we're there, but there's some pretty impressive planning that has been going on. And so I think that is a market. In fact, I was just looking at lunchtime. The first 3D printed community is going up in Southern California. So computer graphics turned into 3D printing is now creating pre-modular housing. And I think that we're probably so close with mass timber that we could start using it in that capacity as well. I mean, obviously it's not going to be 3D printed because we've got the raw materials, but the point being applying computer technology to prefab and getting it in a modular design so that you can put up a whole bunch of stuff of different options and do it quickly and do it affordably.
That is really trippy and exciting as well. So,
trippy. I haven't heard that word since 1973.
Well, it does date me. But I don't want the trippy I don't want the trippy example to overshadow the efforts of Kirsten, Deputy Director Green in affordable housing and recovering wood. So thank you for that. We never see those kinds of things or hear about them, but thanks for sharing that, Jim. And it just is, it's striking that, Anjali was mentioning this as well, that the more we have sort of concrete examples, and I don't mean in terms of material, no pun, but we have real examples that people can see and walk through and touch and feel and think about, the better selling job we can do, because a lot of us are visual. And so, as I was reading through a lot of what Chris's work is, it's really critically important work. It's a lot of process work to get things up and running. And it'd be really helpful as in the coming months, as we get more products to show people. I think that's going to be really important, both to reinforce the value of the process, but as a way to provide people a glide path forward in what you do with a product in front of you. So keep up the good work on that.
Yeah, I think the vulnerability analysis, when we get it underway, will be a really cool thing to share with you as we get close to the end of this calendar year and the first part of next.
Great. Other comments, questions of commissioners for Ms. Shirley? I don't see anyone's hands up, and Kasaria shaking her head no, thank you. I just want to thank Kasaria from behind the scenes. She texts me when you have your hands up, and it's really very generous and helpful. So thank you, Kasaria. Thank you, Ms. Shirley, appreciate it. And we look forward to hopefully having the POP approved. And I guess we're going to have a presentation from you again in May. Is that correct? You're going to keep us updated?
Chair MacArthur, that's what I believe is on the schedule.
Super. We look forward to that. Thank you for a nice presentation.
Thank you.
And the commissioners are so efficient today, as is staff. And so we have a half an hour break, I think. It's only about 1:43. There's no public comment. I should have mentioned that. I had texted Esther earlier about that. So no public comment on this particular agenda item. So we will take our break and reconvene at 2:15 for our final topic of the day, agenda item 7, climate-friendly rulemaking. See you soon.
Chair.
Yes, please.
This is dangerous for me to start delving into details, but it is possible that the team could be ready in 15 minutes. Yes, Kirsten?
Thank you, Jim and Chair MacArthur. I think that it's not just the team could be ready, but I think we're hardwiring in some breaks from, as you were talking about earlier. So we have some family responsibilities that people are attending to at certain times certain. So if it's okay, we go ahead and wait till 2:15 to reconvene, if that's acceptable.
Like I said, it's dangerous. I'll stop talking.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yes, I was given my marching orders and I'm sticking to them. So 2:15 it is. Thanks, everybody. I'll see you soon.
Have another minute. I hope everyone enjoyed their longer breaks. It appears Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Warren, Commissioner Jacobson, Sandoval, Lilac, and Vice Chair Halova, Commissioner Pearmine. And it is now 2:15, Chair MacArthur.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. Welcome back, commissioners. Our final topic of today is agenda item number 7. And I don't think my strings are exactly right here. Sorry about that. So it's the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. And staff will be asking, in the context of that briefing on the status of that work, staff will be asking us to consider a schedule change to give them a little bit more time to do a more robust round of community outreach. So we'll talk about that. But I think what we're going to do, or staff is going to do, is start out with the same sort of bubble diagram that Chris Shirley did, so that we understand where this fits into the context of that bigger work. So, and I think I'm going to give it over to Mr. Kroll just to kick it off.
Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur, members of the commission. I am Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager here at Department of Land Conservation and Development. And I will be here to frame things up a little bit, give a little background, and then introduce some of our team who are going to talk with you for the real work today, the questions that you mentioned, the question about the schedule and talking about our rulemaking schedule, and then some questions and some feedback about the community conversations we've got coming up today. And as I said, that team's going to do the real work here today. We've got a great team put together on this project. We've pulled people from several different divisions and assembled what, in my humble opinion, is the best rulemaking team we've ever had. But I know that there's others at the department who might want to dispute that with me. Just my own opinion there. But yeah, let's go ahead and start with that overall graphic that you have just seen. And here we are, the whole big picture: adaptation, sequestration, mitigation. But what we're looking at today, really we're going to focus in, well, for this part of today, we're going to be focusing in on that mitigation part, the climate-friendly and equitable communities, the rulemaking that's going on. But as you can see, it certainly does bleed over into the transportation and growth management that we've got going on, and the housing location. Those are all related. They sort of run together there. And we certainly are also connected into there to the diversity, equity, and inclusion that is at the core and the center of all we do on this. And so that's really the two ambitious goals that we've got for this rulemaking, is to be doing that mitigation, that reduction, reducing the pollution, and the equity. So those two strands, I think you're going to see those throughout all of this. And what I want to do also to help frame up here, moving on in the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the rulemaking charge that this commission gave to us. We back in September 2020, when we initiated the rulemaking, we brought a draft to you. You made some changes for us, fixed that up, and sent it to us to be the charge to the department and to the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. And it does have those two concurrent strands running through there, that we're reducing greenhouse gas emissions and we're increasing equitable outcomes. And those two strands run through two parts that I want to talk about on the next slide here. So this does get a little bit tricky here when we have going in both directions, but go on to the next slide and we'll talk about part 1 and part 2 on here. Part 1, requiring climate-friendly and equitable land use and transportation planning and land use regulations. And then the part 2 is the required planning for climate pollution reductions in metropolitan areas. When I read those, the words, to me, there's a lot of overlap, there's a lot of confusion. So I'm going to break this down in a couple slides just to explain what is the distinction between those two parts. The rulemaking charge is 5 pages long, so I'm not going to go over all of it right now because I'm just trying to make sure that we understand the frame in which we're working here for this. But that first one, the part 1, this is going to give you some rules that will come out of here that we'll propose and that certainly hope that the commission adopts, that will apply to each city individually or each county. It will be focusing on the actions that those cities and counties can do that will be increasing the equity and reducing the pollution. I'll be focusing on those actions, not so much focusing on, I'll talk about a little bit later about the modeling and the projecting of greenhouse gases, but focusing on specific individual actions that they can take. And each of these rules that we bring to you will have, some of them will take effect right away as soon as you adopt them. Others of them may have a little bit of a phase-in period over 6 months to a year, but they'll be relatively quick, as opposed to some of the others I'll talk about in a moment that take time, that take a multi-year planning process before they really kick in. So this is one set of rules that will be as part of the rulemaking. And yeah, so they have six different elements within this part 1, different pieces. We have not written all of these rules yet. Obviously, that's what we're still working on staff on some drafts and then work through the RAC. But I just wanted you to get a sense that there's a pretty broad range here, quite a lot of stuff. There's a lot going on here, more than I can talk about right now in detail in all these pieces, but just wanted you to see that whole list. And then let's talk a little bit more about that part 2. This is, you probably hear the phrase scenario planning. And the distinction here again, now this is going to be done jointly. The cities and the counties, say the cities and counties in the Salem-Keizer region are all going to get together and work on this, not each one individually, or the Eugene-Springfield area, or the Rogue Valley, Medford, all along there. The heart of the scenario planning process is this computer model that says, well, if the cities do various activities, here's their different choices about levers, policies, what's the outcome? How much pollution do we get? That's not good. We don't want a lot of, we need to reduce that pollution. So you need to figure out, how do you change your policies to get that pollution down? And that's where it gets the name scenario planning, because you can run those different scenarios to see how that's going to work. It is a multi-step process. It will take several years in each of these, because first, the cities and counties need to figure out how they're going to work together. They don't have a built-in structure the way up in the Portland metro area does, so that could take some time. Then there is that modeling, running the projections. And then there is the question, the final step, in many ways the most important, is the cities and counties need to implement whatever comes out of that scenario. And they need to be making changes to their local plans, to their zoning, to their transportation plans. So because of that multi-step, multi-year process, we have to schedule these. And the rules, well, the charge from the commission said that we would put in the rules a time for Eugene-Springfield and Salem-Keizer. So we'll spell that out specifically, being those are the next two largest metropolitan areas in Oregon after the Portland metropolitan area. But then for the rest of the metropolitan areas, we're not going to actually specify exact times in the rules. That will be coming up back to the commission to make those decisions in future years, what that schedule is. So that is the charge. That's the charge within which we're working this rulemaking from the commission. And if there were any questions or thoughts on that, maybe this would be a natural point to just take any of those right now before I jump into the next piece.
Thank you, Matt. That's a really helpful description. Commissioners, any questions? Don't see any hands up. Why don't you continue? Thank you.
I put my hand up.
I
Chair?
didn't. Sorry,
that's
I didn't
fine.
see it. Vice Chair Halova.
I had two questions. One is on the electric vehicle charging. Are we extending vehicle to also be bikes, scooters, like all sorts of modes, not just cars?
I think that, well, we haven't written it yet, so I can't say, but I think that's a really good suggestion. And we have had some discussion among staff that electric bikes could be a really powerful tool and a much more, I think it's easily accessible. An electric bike is not nearly as expensive as an electrical sedan, electrical SUV, and electrical car. And so it could be a very widespread an option.
Okay, and then the second one is I didn't understand what you meant when you said it's going to be up to us to set a schedule. Like I just didn't understand. Like,
Sure.
was the process not setting? I'm just thinking about the housing rules where it's like here's what we're doing, and then it shows a time frame for everybody to comply.
So the draft that is being prepared right now would set a specific date for Eugene Springfield, a specific date for Salem Kaiser, but it will define a process by which the commission can issue an order to pick another area. It could say to Corvallis and Corvallis, Philomath, and Adair Village and Benton County and say, all right, LCDC has determined it's time for you to start this process now. And here are the deadlines by when you need to hit the different pieces of that. But we were not getting the rules try to set what that order would be for the next 5 MPOs. It would
I was
be
just curious. I was just curious why. I don't have the context for this.
Well, I think for one, it's not as clear cut which one would be the next one to go first. It was fairly easy to pick out that Eugene Springfield and Salem Kaiser are both quite a bit larger. You kind of have 3 tiers. You got the Portland, and then Eugene Springfield, Salem Kaiser roughly equal, and then the rest of them are smaller. There's a variable level of interest. So by the time we're ready for that in 2 or 3 years, we may be hearing from some of the city elected leaders, some of the county elected leaders that they're ready to go. They want to do this. The rules will contain some interim requirements for reporting. So the commission will have data upon which to be making this decision to try to see what have trends been happening in each of these areas and think about which one should be next. So that's the proposal right now.
Great.
MacArthur?
Yes, Miss Deputy Director Green.
Thanks, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, and Matt. I think Matt said it exactly right. We aren't quite bringing Division 44 to you yet today. You'll see that as a next step. That's in the calendar. We're taking it to the RAC a week from Monday for another round, and then we're expected to bring that to you for kind of a midpoint check-in really on Division 44 at your next meeting in May. And the last draft that we saw did include some criteria by which the commission would set a schedule. So I would just sort of pique your interest there and know that there's a variety of factors, as Matt is speaking to, this is definitely art and not science. It's political science and also meets climate change science. So I look forward to that discussion with you in May. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions from commissioners? Seeing none and getting no text, I will ask Matt to continue.
All right. Well, so the next thing I think I'm going to do is give a little overview of the presentation so we know where we're going for the rest of this here. I'm going to be covering the section there on progress to date, a little bit of the background to bring you up to speed. And then Bill will take over for the 2 in the middle there, the updated project schedule and the questions for community conversations. And those are the heart of our discussion today, because those are the places where we need commission decisions and commission feedback, some deliberations there. And of course, like any good report, we will end with some next steps looking forward to let you know what to expect, a preview of coming attractions. So of course, to start off with this rulemaking, we got a rulemaking advisory committee. And not that I'm at all biased, but I think this is the best rulemaking advisory committee we've ever had at ELCD or serving LCDC. I'm sure it's one of the largest, very diverse, reflecting the diversity of Oregon. We have some community-based organizations on there for which we are able to fund their time on it. And I think that's really important. We end up with a lot of professional planners representing groups and jurisdictions who are paid a full-time wage to be doing this kind of work and can participate in these. But I think it's really great that we can now help for some on the advocates and the community-based organizations to make sure that their voices are heard as well. We have had 4 productive meetings so far, and we have another one coming up in just over a week. Our initial focus on that has been on the equitable outcomes statement. And it took us some time to get that complete. It was important. We had some good discussions with the RAC, some good discussions with the commission. So we now have the final equitable outcome statement, and it is in your packet as attachment B. And we've really shifted now. So we're not working on that document anymore, but we are using that document as we're writing the draft rules, as we're moving forward with that. The section of draft rules that we have started on so far is we love to call it Division 44, because everything's got a number. This is that part where I was mentioning the scenario planning. This is the rule that talks about how cities and counties will work together in a region, will run that computer model, will prepare those scenarios, and then implement them through changes to their own local plans. We brought a draft to the RAC. We've received some feedback. We've had some targeted discussions with some of the local governments that are going to be most directly affected. Salem, Kaiser, Eugene, Springfield, for those who are coming first, to talk to them about what's a realistic schedule, what does this mean? We've got a revised version that we are working on very much this week. Been very busy working with everybody we can, getting interagency input, getting legal input, so that we can bring that back to the RAC meeting. And then after the RAC has had a chance to look at that and offer comments, we will have a revised draft that we can bring back to the commission to look at as an introduction at the May meeting. Let's see, the next thing, talk a little bit about funding. This is, of course, very important for the success of the long-term program. So here I'm not talking about funding for the rulemaking. I'm talking about funding for that scenario planning and the local implementation that will happen once the rules are adopted. ODOT will be providing some of that funding, so we're working and coordinating very closely with that. DLCD will, we hope, be providing some of that funding too. And the important part here is we're working on a refined memo to bring back sometime this summer to the commission and the RAC to explain where that funding is, how much it is, where we think we'd use it, what it's going to take. So that's where we are on that. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Deputy Director Green, who's going to talk a little bit about this interagency technical support team and some of the mapping. And then from there, we'll be ready to head over to Bill to talk about the schedule.
Thank you, Matt. That was very clear. I really appreciate the presentation.
Okay, thanks, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, members of the commission. Again, Kirsten Green here, Deputy Director, and super pleased to support this work. Jim and I are, of course, behind it all the way. Director Rue and I are behind it all the way, and this team gets me involved as an engaged member. So with their acquiescence, I've been able to participate in sort of the framing and part of standing up this interagency technical support team. And one of the shouts out we wanted to give to this team is to Cody Meyer, who's framed this up. I don't think he was expecting this 6 months ago. So really, this team has just sprung into action on a variety of levels. This definitely is not the rulemaking effort of 2018. They're bringing a lot of that forward, but in the expanded sense of equity and also interagency support to be able to support implementation of the rules. We know that, frankly, writing rules is easy or planning is easy, but implementation is hard. So we've got together an interagency technical support team that has a data equity subgroup. So one of the things that Cody's taken on is to help develop a mapping tool that's not developed yet, but we've been meeting with this interagency technical support team to frame up how it would be done, who would be hosting it, how it would be made available to local government so they could do equity analyses as they're developing their transportation and associated project improvement lists and other policies around climate-friendly areas. So this mapping, the spatial aspect, we're heavy into it earlier with gentrification and displacement. There actually is a nexus with climate friendly areas. We don't want those areas to be the next areas of displacement, gentrification, displacement. So just wanted to kind of share that. And as the mapping tool deepens in, we'll bring that forward. Wanted to also give a shout out to our very close ODOT partners, Brian Hurley and Amanda Peets, of course, with the Climate Office. This is actually a product that's in another, I think, spearheaded out of another part of the agency with Assistant Director Nicotris Perkins, who's their Assistant Director for Social Equity, and also and one of their expert mappers in Region 2, a gentleman named Ken. I think it's Ken. Cody, I'm always forever getting that right. Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. But looking at from ODOT's perspective, they were looking at the spatial equity tool on terms of project selection for the statewide transportation improvement plan projects in the next cycle. So what does an equity related criteria look like? They've been working through that. We're working to align our efforts with theirs since they've been into it for a while. And just on the next slide, I just have to show you the breadth of effort here. These are the members of the interagency technical support team. I want to just appreciate Steve Lee, who's the affirmative action manager for the state of Oregon and the governor's office, who has been helping us with a racial justice framework out of the Seattle area. Ms. Catherine Helms, who's the chief data officer for the state, climate office director Peets, Amanda Peets, and her team, our Every Mile Counts partners from ODO and DEQ, but also the Oregon Health Authority, Oregon Housing and Community Services, the Population Research Center, this is just the subcommittee for data and equity. Business Oregon is on the larger group. And then our own Rachel Smith, our CIO and our Information Resources Coordinator at DLCD, who helps make sure that when we talk GIS, when we talk about spatial equity mapping, we have the capacity and the resources to really stand that up for long term. So that's just another aspect of what's been done to date. You won't necessarily see it in our official reports. But this is sort of the background, 40-person RAC, 15 some members of a technical support team looking to stand this up for really perpetuity as we learn to do a new way of doing business here in the state of Oregon, as Matt described. Thank you. And I'll just hand it over to Bill, talk about the questions of the day. That's all right. Chairman MacArthur, please.
If I could just ask a quick question. Thank you. It's really helpful to see all these names on here, especially pretty high-ranking folks and a wide variety of folks involved in this. So this is a group that's involved in equity mapping as well, so given that you've convened this group for a particular task, and they will make good on that, I'm sure. But it seems like what you're also doing is educating others about how we might use this tool, but then encouraging them perhaps to use similar tools as they go off and do their work. So I just want to recognize that really valuable educational piece of what's happening as part of this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Okay, if there's nothing else at this time, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Mr. Holmstrom. Thank you, Bill.
Unmute myself. Thank you, Deputy Director, Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, members of the Commission. Bill Holmstrom, DLCD staff. I'm the agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator, and along with Kevin Young, one of the co-managers of the Climate Friendly and Equitable Community rulemaking process. Although it's absolutely a team effort, and there's no way it's just a handful of people here. It's all hands on deck. So I really appreciate your time, and I really appreciate the time of all the staff who's here today and also not here today, and as well as you've just seen, folks from all across the state who are helping make this happen. So really, really appreciate that. I'm going to talk a little bit first about the updated project schedule that we're proposing to you. So make sure I'm clicking on the right thing here. In attachment C of your packet, under item 7, that's where we are. Yeah, item 7. You'll see a proposal for an updated project schedule, and there's a little picture of it right there. Everything that's in gray are things that have happened to date. So the schedule includes everything that we've done so far, as well as looking into the future, just so you can see what we've done so far. We are, I would say, not quite halfway. We're pretty close to halfway done with this project in terms of the amount of meetings we've gone through. Although it seems like that we've done a lot already, but there's still a lot to come. So But I did want to, point you to that. If in your packet, if you've got a PDF version of that, there are links to all the different meetings where we have packets or staff reports, so you can see at any of those meetings what we've done already. And we actually, for each of our advisory committee meetings, have been putting those on YouTube. So you can go on YouTube and maybe put it up on the big screen and just have get some popcorn and watch one of our advisory committee meetings if you'd like to. So, or not. So I'm going to go and talk about kind of what we're talking about in terms of proposing for moving forward here. We took a look at the schedule and the things that we knew we needed to continue to accomplish with the rest of this rulemaking. And I think, with your guidance at the last meeting, decided that we would want to push things out a little bit. We know that the amendments that we're proposing are complex, that there's a lot going on. As you saw, we are coordinating with a lot of different groups in addition to our local government partners that the agency always works with, and we need to continue to do lots of work with them. It's a lot of other agencies across the state that we're going to need to work with to get our ducks in a row and make sure that this is a successful project. So the rules themselves are complex. It requires a lot of coordination. And in the next, you'll hear a little bit here in a second about our community conversations that are coming up in April and May, after we talk about the schedule. We decided that we would, those are an opportunity to give a little bit broader input than just our advisory committee or other folks that we talk with. And we decided it probably would be worth our while to add another set of those in the fall, because we don't have all the rules put together yet. We're kind of like I said, we're in the middle of this process. And we thought maybe another set of those in the fall would be helpful once we have nailed down pretty close to what we're looking for a final set of rules. So those are the main reasons why we're looking to change. Just that we're looking at the sheer amount of work that we had ahead of us. We want to give ourselves a little bit of breathing room to be able to do this properly. So I'm going to go over a little bit about what some of the changes are, some of the details. So at the bottom of the screen there is a little graphic which kind of is a representation of that version of the schedule that's in your attachment C there. The first hearing was originally scheduled for November of 2021. We've moved that to January of 2022. I'm not going to get too inside baseball here, but there's some things having to do with the rules around rules about when they have to be sent in and things like that. That actually this works quite a bit better in terms of getting something in and when we have to be in and when we actually would have it adopted. This is a little bit of less of a lead time there. So this gives us a little bit more breathing room the way this is set. So first hearing would be January 2021. The final adoption hearing would have been set for December, which would have been a special meeting for you. So it may have been pushed to January in the end, but that's what we had proposed originally in our previous schedule. And we've moved that to March of 2022. So that's when the rules would be adopted and presumably take effect somewhere shortly after that. Again, I want to highlight the additional community conversations that we are putting into the schedule in October of 2022, or at least in that time frame. May slop over into September or November, but that's the month-ish that we're looking at for those community conversations around the state. And like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about those spring ones coming up here after we're done talking about the schedule. And again, this just really gives us, especially through the spring and the summer and into the fall, some more room to really get our ideas squared away, get them written down, coordinate with our partners, both at the state as well as other folks around the state with the advisory committee, and to really do this properly and do it the right way to make sure that we have a sustainable set of rules that will lead us into a sustainable program. So I think my understanding is you wanted to go into public comment at this point, but I leave that up to you, Chair, of course.
Thank you, Bill, and everybody. Great information. I really appreciate the clarity around the schedule, both in your attachment C as well as what you presented on the screen. That really helps me. I think the thinking was that you do what staff just did, and then we'd hear from our commission liaisons, Commissioner Lilac and Warren, on the schedule change, then have public comment, and then come back and vote on that, and then go into more discussion about the content of the community meetings. Is that correct? Do I have that sort of kind of maybe right? Okay, so I'm getting a thumbs up from Kirsten. So I think I'd like to do it that way. That way it's just kind of clear, because you have an ask in front of us. And first of all, let me ask I'll start off with Commissioners Lilac and Warren. So Commissioner Lilac, could you comment on the process and what your experience has been being liaisons to the RAC? And first of all, thank you for the extra time both of you are spending on that. And just feel free to relate to us and frame up that discussion for us.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And so first of all, Bill, you had me with inside baseball. I think I always have the ball in my hand. I'm always juggling and whatnot, so I'm always ready. So I think it's so helpful to put this into context. And I just want to do it really, really quickly because it really ties up a lot of what we've been discussing all day today. So here we have this rulemaking effort during a pandemic, with wildfires that have devastated our state, that have diverted resources, that there's then this budget crisis that the agency has to immediately respond to. There's then this ice storm that takes half of the staff offline and delays all kinds of things regularly. As we've heard, we have the largest, most diverse Rules Advisory Committee that we've ever had. You have two new LCDC liaisons to this. We're both learning about this at the same time. You've got more multi-agency partners likely than you've ever had for anything else. This is a project that has a lot of history and dare I say baggage from some people's perspectives, but there's a lot of history to this. And then as Chair MacArthur stated a couple times, both Matt and Bill nailed this, is just the complexity of this effort. And that was just the top 10 I did, not in any particular order of the context of this, which is really, really extraordinary. And so with all that said, it has been a really phenomenal process. In spite of all of those other factors, it has just been extraordinary. And I think we've all learned together from the beginning of this process up through our last meeting in February, which I thought was really the best, where our staff and consultant team really designed a great meeting with multiple opportunities for everybody to participate in a variety of ways. And that's been a real challenge up until that point. And I thought that was really, really helpful. Talking about the schedule, I think extending the schedule is exactly the right thing to do for the right reasons. I think the community conversations are so important. And I know they were already built in this spring, but I think it's absolutely critical to again engage communities and regions in October, just to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to weigh in now at where we're at. And then as we're getting closer and closer to those final rules, I just think that's so important. And I know some are going to be frustrated with delaying the schedule, and I respect that. I absolutely do, but I think it's the right schedule for the right reasons. And so I just couldn't be more pleased. I just find as I share with so many people, I learned so much from each of our RAC meetings, as well as our pre-meetings with our team, but from the perspectives and everybody that is contributing in such valuable ways. So it concludes my comments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, I just want to kind of second everything that Commissioner Lilac just said. I mean, he pretty much covered, I think, every basis possible except for one really important thing. And I'm going to steal Deputy Director Green's words here. The conversations in the RAC have been so incredibly rich. And I think that we've identified so many potentially new concepts and ways to think about climate and inclusion, that I think we have additional work that needs to be done as well. Just for an example, I was tasked in the last RAC of ending the meeting with some validating thoughts about what I heard throughout the day. And I took 2 pages of notes of validations I thought were extremely valid, and I couldn't even I didn't have enough time to go through all of them. So I think extending the schedule here is a wise decision for us to make.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to listen in on RAC meeting number 4, and I'm going to try to do RAC meeting number 5. And it was really rich, as you've heard from the other commissioners. And if I looked at the schedule in attachment C, I note that the first 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings were all really focused on honing in on those equitable outcomes, because as we recall from that circle diagram, kind of the orb in the middle of that is equity and inclusion. And I'm really happy that the team decided to work with the RAC to get that nailed down before proceeding with other pieces of the work. So I will open it up now to public comment. We'll come back and have some questions if commissioners have questions, and then we can take a vote. So I think there's only one person signed up, and Elizabeth, is that her name? Trying to find my.
That's correct.
Great.
It's Grazer Lindsay.
Yes, thank you. And I have your comments right in front. Yes, thank you very much. I just have so much paper on my table. But Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay, you signed up to comment, and we welcome you today. And I'd like to give you 3 minutes to do so. So welcome. You are still on mute.
Thank you. This is Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay, and I'm in Beaver Creek, Oregon. The LCDC staff convened a 40-person rulemaking advisory committee to address the climate-friendly and equitable communities. The committee reflects Oregon's population in many ways, but rural people on working lands were not included. As a result, farmers, woodlot, and timber producers are clearly the most underrepresented and underserved in this public process. Those on working lands are probably the most impacted by climate change. Heat and drought negatively impact crop, livestock, and timber production and operation income. Wildfires directly impact rural areas. Smoke is harmful to the health of livestock and operators, and it blocks sunlight, reducing plant production and operation income. When weather takes out power lines, rural areas typically are the last to have power restored, and they often lose water wells and sanitation. Excuse me. Those on working lands are relevant to this process because they typically have to work in town where the jobs are. The USDA tells us way more than half of US farms are small. These households rely on off-farm sources for the vast majority of their household income. Small farms produce over 1/5 of the nation's food. Many of these farmers are supplying food to your local farmers markets and CSAs. They also produce increasing amounts of your meat. Because most farmers are working off-farm jobs, they naturally commute to the Division 44 major metropolitan areas and other urban areas. They drive to urban services, and they may haul farm products. They are unlikely to be able to use public transit because rural areas are hard to serve. The carpooling situation is similarly difficult. They don't tend to favor tolls or declining parking because they don't have alternatives. How can metropolitan communities conform with Division 44 greenhouse gas reduction targets or statewide transportation strategy targets if they don't acknowledge and address the needs and challenges of all of their commuters? How can they protect their local food supply if they ignore the needs of the rural part of the workforce?
I'm sorry, are you done, or are you just?
I am done, thank you.
Oh, okay, I just didn't want to cut you off. Thank you very much for being here. And for my fellow commissioners, Elizabeth's written comments are Exhibit 1 under Agenda Item 7, so you have that in writing as well. Thank you for that. Any questions for Ms. Grazer Lindsay.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth, for testifying. When you talk about rural people and working lands, do you include agricultural workers within there?
Yes. I have a couple graphs that are shown on the written testimony that I turned in, and that part is for the owner operators. But when I was talking about like the smoke, that would affect the owner operators and also the people who are working but may not own the operation. So the impacts of climate change on working lands is very extensive. I mean, even the livestock is impacted. The trees and the crops are impacted.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners? Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it very much. We'll close. I don't think there's anyone else signed up. Is that correct, Esther? Thank you. And so we'll close public testimony at this point and come back and I guess talk a little bit about the schedule. So do other commissioners have questions of staff or comments relative to the issue of the schedule change?
Chair, do we have an opportunity to make comments about any of the other things not related to schedule?
Sure. Yes, we can certainly do that. Yes. Okay. I mean, you can do it now if you want.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Well, I guess because this Miss Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay testified, obviously, because I'm not intimately involved in the RAC, it makes me think: is there somebody that is supposed to be kind of representing working lands and rural communities, and or an organization, and I guess the thoughts of the commissioners on the RAC or the staff?
That would be a staff question, I'm assuming.
And then I have a couple other things after that as answered.
Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Halova, Matt, and Bill, if it's okay if I chime in here. We had over 100 applicants for the RAC. We may have had the most applicants ever too. This initiative it just goes big all the way around. And I believe Ms. Grazer Lindsay applied, and my heart was warmed to see that, because I've had the pleasure of making her acquaintance 25 years ago in Clackamas County, and her work there is deep and long and strong. I think all the communities benefit from her efforts. This rulemaking, because we selected 40 folks, that means 60 weren't. So we had a lot of phone calls, even elected officials applying to serve, that was heartbreaking to turn down. We really chose to focus this effort on the metropolitan areas because of Division 44 and the recognition on the science side that really most of the emissions do come from Oregon's metropolitan areas. We had a commissioner from Morrow County, a judge from Morrow County apply. So fortunately, she's agreed to join the local government advisory committee instead. But folks, when you mention climate change in Oregon, people are passionate. This is a concern, 360 degrees all the way around, and just a giant ball of concerns and issues. I would point Ms. Grazer Lindsay to the climate adaptation work. We recognize the impacts very much so. It's well documented, the need, the frankly horrific, depending on how forward you go in the future, horrific impacts to farm and forestry from climate change. So we're so struck by that at the department. We completely agree, and it speaks to Christine Shirley in the multi-agency climate adaptation framework. So it's just for this effort, we did not have kind of a seat. That was not one of the interests that Commission identified. You might remember we came before Commission, I think in July, and listed the interests for the RAC. And we chose at that time to focus on the metropolitan areas and kind of historically marginalized or underrepresented community members. We call them more positive sort of priority population, because we do want to center them in this rulemaking process to understand how the consequences could have negative impacts for urban communities. But that's just what I would say. We had to make some hard choices this time, but hope that Ms. Grazer-Lindsay will join one of the community conversations just to represent that perspective. We are pleased that Ms. Jarvis with the Oregon Trucking Association, from a perspective of moving goods to market, is on that Rules Advisory Committee. So with that, I guess I would just stop there, but there were some hard choices there for sure.
So Deputy Director Green and the rest of the staff actually. So the community workshops, I'm assuming this isn't an isolated situation where there's a particular important group that would like to be involved in some way. Actually, you have 60 other people that you needed to not include in the committee. So am I correct in assuming that the community workshops is not just a presentation? There's some give and take and a chance for input.
Yes.
So if there's a way to help folks like the groups that Elizabeth identified, is it possible to do some specific outreach to them to encourage them to participate in the community outreach workshops?
You betcha. And so we'll make sure that we email Ms. Grazer-Lindsay the invite to the community conversations. Those are just going out. They're Ms. Grazer-Lindsay, they're in April and May. They are open to all. We do plan to have some facilitated breakout discussions. And then, it's big because it's big for Oregon, right? So this, we do expect some significant participation. The people we sort of have focused on trying to reach through the community conversations to make sure they're aware, our planning commissioners and city councilors will have to implement the rule, but everyone is welcome. And so I would encourage Ms. Grazer-Lindsay to help spread the word and make sure that the needs of, small and larger working land managers and owners and employees are represented. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Vice Chair Hulova, did you have other questions you wanted to raise?
No, that was good. I mean, you basically took a position on who creates the most issues with regard to climate change and kind of addressing it in those areas that they're producers of these issues. So I get that. I think it's good, the idea of the community conversations, and you can decide what's best, but sometimes you might have like a target audience for one of those that's specific, and then it can dive more deep into those issues to see if there's like consensus or main topics that kind of come to the top. I think when I was reading the different areas, so right now it feels very process oriented, which obviously I think that's what it is. So, am I kind of itching for like the meat of the substance?
The best process, actually.
Yeah. But as a person who cares about the end, which part of the end is the process, but I'm like, itching for that detail, which is not now. So I was just going to say, it'll be great when the performance measures come to us, to be able to give feedback on that. I'm going to give some random comments. When I read the green infrastructure webinar blurb in the staff report, it reminded me of an article that came out earlier this year. I just was trying to find it. I think I found one version of it that says, historically red line neighborhoods are more likely to lack green space today. And it was a relationship between literally bank redlining and lack of trees. So I thought if you're having a presentation talking about that, it'd be good to have somebody who can talk on that issue to say the links between equity and green space. And then I just had just so I can get a feel for what we're even talking about. We're going to community conversations like soon, March 24th. Can you just give me 2 sample questions that you might be asking during these community conversations? That'll give me a feel for like where we're at in the thinking of all this.
Fortunately, we're not going, Vice Chair Hulova, Chair McCarthy, if I may, Vice Chair Hulova, fortunately, we're not going to the community conversations quite yet. That is the date, I think, of the next RAC meeting. We might have.
Okay. It said community conversation schedule, and then I had a chart, so I just assumed March 24th, and all these were community conversations.
Yeah, sorry. So I'm not sure which that is. Or I can't put my eyeballs on it, but it is April and May, and we would like to actually share that entire schedule of this community conversations with the commissioners. If you'd like to pop in on when they are, they're not subject matter focused, Vice Chair. They are geographically focused, so we can make sure to have a conversation with the local governments who will be implementing these rules across the state, Southern Oregon, Central Oregon, Albany area, etc. In Ms. Grazer-Lindsay's area, actually, the Portland metro area actually has completed its work, its climate smart communities work. So that's not a specific, we have to just focus our efforts. So we're not trying to redo a community conversation there. But the now in my wondering, Vice Chair, I've lost track of your question. But
yeah, it was more like a sample. Like what are we talking about? Just
well,
a
so
sample.
can I just jump in here just for just a sec? Sorry about that. Yeah. So I could have caused this confusion, but I was under the impression in talking to staff earlier today that what you would like to do is to have a conversation schedule and whatever staff did, which was great, and then have a vote on the schedule issue, and then go into more depth on the community conversations. And we can do it another way. We can go in depth now. I want to make sure I open it up for public comment again. So if that's the case, and so maybe it just got a little awkward. We were trying something different. So why don't we just right now though go into the fuller conversation about the community conversation, so we can answer Commissioner Vice Chair Holova's questions and others, mine too, about that process, and then circle back at the end on the schedule change.
Sounds good. Over to you, Bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. Again, Bill Holmstrom. I'm going to go over a little bit about the community conversations that are coming up here. And hopefully, Vice Chair Holova will answer some of your questions in this presentation, but if not, we can discuss those.
Yeah, and sorry for missing that whole.
Oh no, that's okay.
I should know. I'm in the background of this. I theory.
Well, I don't think it was you at all. So.
So I think we've mentioned our Deputy Director did mention some of these things, but coming up, the ones that are happening this spring are happening in April and May. We have 5 meetings that we're holding for 7 different metropolitan areas, and so that's because we're doing a few of them that are jointly, they're the metropolitan areas that are close together. The first one's going to be Corvallis and Albany. Those are not too far away from each other. We're going to have one joint meeting for those metropolitan areas. Same thing for the Rogue Valley and Medford area and the Grants Pass areas. We'll do a joint meeting with them. And those are the first ones. I think those 2 are happening in April. And then in May, we're going to be meeting with folks in the Bend area, Eugene Springfield area, and then the Salem Kaiser area. So we will, if we don't already have those to you, we will get you the exact times and dates of all those meetings, so that you are welcome to join any one of those or all of them, as many as you like. Well, hopefully we don't run into a quorum issue. I don't know about the ins and outs of that, but if you're just attending, I'm not sure how that works. But and then for the Portland metropolitan area, we are meeting separately with some folks at if you understand the Metro's acronyms, at the MTAC and TPAC joint committee that we're meeting with next the 24th. So I think that's Wednesday. And so we're going to be giving a presentation to them. That's a joint presentation we're doing with ODOT and DEQ about a number of the efforts around the Every Mile Counts work. So this is one element of that I'll be covering with that group, and expect to have a conversation with that group there. So folks around the Portland metropolitan area. But I think, as the Deputy Director mentioned, a lot of the work that we've already done so far and that we would be talking with folks about is the Division 44, the Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Reduction Rules. Metro's already done their piece of that for the most part. They have ongoing work to do, but the big piece of that, the scenario planning work, is behind them. So we don't have a lot to talk with them about. The difference between what they have to do now and what everyone else is going to have to do now is much smaller. So it's a much bigger deal for those folks in the other parts of the state.
So, Bill, am I
Yes.
correct in assuming that the reason that you're focused in these metropolitan areas is because the adopted rule applies to metro areas and it is not statewide?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Yeah. Although, as far as I'm concerned, anyone in the state can come show up at anyone. If they're on Zoom, so it's really, it's a little weird to do it geographically, I guess. But these are the places where the Division 44 rules apply, and we'll have most of the changes in other parts of the rules will be applying in those metropolitan areas.
And just further clarification, Division 44, the title behind the number is what? Is
Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Reduction Rule.
Thank you.
I believe I got that correct. Yes, Cody's giving me a thumbs up, so that's good. So real quick, the community conversations themselves, the point is to inform planning commissioners, city councilors, members of the community, LCDC commissioners, whoever else wants to show up off the street or off the the digital street into Zoom and come and check it out and ask questions and discuss and hear what we're doing, absolutely open. The draft key questions we have here, and I thought I had put the full questions in my notes and they seem to have disappeared, so I'm not sure what happened, but the bullet points there are, we want to know what folks are, what their hopes are to get out of this process, what they're concerned about. And I think we're also really keen, this is climate friendly, but also equitable communities. And so we're also keen to understand those communities that are potentially impacted by the work that we're doing positively or negatively, and potentially, communities that have been marginalized in the past, or that we're really concerned about in our priority communities. Want to make sure that we're paying special attention to them. So I think we'll have a question around that as well. I don't know if other staff had anything else to add to that. Like I said, I had something in my notes here and they seem to have disappeared. So,
MacArthur, it's Kirsten. Just to chime in and confirm that Bill has those right. This is really beginning the socialization process about these rules at all. So it's very early, and Vice Chair Halova, to just confirm your frustration, it is coming, the details are coming, and I'm sure that some of the participants in the community conversations will have the same frustration. It's like, okay, but what's coming? And we will be giving that presentation. So as Bill's first bullet point there shows, it is to provide an explanation about the rules, about the process, about the 10 years ago, in short order, and say this is voluntary planning did not work. We're having greenhouse gas emissions kind of going off the chart in the wrong direction from the land use and transportation sector. So we're embarking on some mandatory rules. So just sharing that with decision makers, so that they do know that this is kind of a new chapter in Oregon's progression of land use planning and transportation planning. And so the icebreaker would actually be, what brought you to this meeting? So we know that people in climate science and climate psychology operate best if they're able to just express their hopes and concerns, get their fears, their anger, get it out of the way before we can chart a path together constructively. So we do plan to take a large bucket, large notepads, lots of typing will be going on just to document that, so we can form a program that's responsive to those hopes and concerns and fears. And then the second question is around in their communities, what communities could be negatively impacted by these rules. So those are our early questions. They're meant to be 90-minute meetings, so we don't have a long time to kind of even discuss with folks. So it's that, what brought you to the meeting tonight? When you think about implementation of this program, what hopes, concerns, or questions do you have? The idea is to go around once to hear from everybody. Which communities of people do you think, the third and final question there, which communities of people do you think could be particularly inequitably impacted, and why? What ideas do you have to do about that? If we had longer with folks, we'd start to get into how do we measure success, but honestly, we just feel that there just won't be the time for that, and it'll be more productive to talk about measures when we have a little bit more of the program fleshed out.
Deputy Director, can I ask a quick question?
You bet. Thanks.
There was a page that talked about, I don't know, the 7 points or something, the one that said electrical vehicle charging on it. That is it, do you start off with something like that, like these are the topics, and then ask all these questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's part of that informing part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm just trying to get a sense of, to make sure, like, all these people coming in with their hopes and dreams. Sometimes when you have community meetings, people start talking about things that are out of the box of the topics that you're trying to talk, and it's very disappointing for them when you don't address the things that they said because you asked them what they wanted to say, right? So to frame it within, these are the topics. So I just wanted to make sure that those are the boxes presented. We're not talking about that or that. We're talking about this, and then your hopes and concerns.
Good guidance. Thank you. That is kind of the plan, but thank you for just reminding us that we have to frame it up enough so that people can actually give good feedback. Thank you.
So thank you for that. Other questions, comments, input from my fellow commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Warren.
I'm just wondering if there will be a link or something that is shared with the commission so that we can invite people to those meetings.
Great idea.
Yes. Promo is coming soon in English and in Spanish. So I think Evan is just finishing that up, so it's definitely coming soon. Thank you.
Great. Other questions? I know that Kasaria had to pick up her child from school, so I think I'm left with hands, although maybe Esther can jump in and let me know if somebody has their hands. See, I really can't do this meeting without Kasaria.
I don't see any hands, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so yes, so we've gone through the schedule. We've talked a little bit about that. We had some public input. We've talked about the next phase. And then, well, maybe you could highlight what, and it's in here, but what can we expect in May from the team? I think that might help ground me a little bit. I mean, you've gone over it, but I just want to get my sense about what we did last month or 2 months ago, what we're hearing today, what's going to happen, and what we might be discussing in May.
Certainly, Chair MacArthur, again, members of the Commission, Bill Holmstrom. I don't think I actually put that in the presentation here, so that's a good question. I can, let's see here.
And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
No, that's all right. Thank you. it's
but we
always
have
be
the
prepared.
benefit,
so
we have the, if I may, Bill, we have the benefit, the commissioners and I have the benefit of a printed copy of the schedule. And what we had is an update on the community conversations. We'll be halfway through the draft Division 44 rules, and actually a slight amendment to that third bullet there. We'd like to bring back some information on the RAC's response to the greenhouse gas trajectories and the statewide transportation strategy. We have heard that it's important to share with the, some members of the RAC have shared with us that it's important to share with the entire RAC how really far we are from meeting our targets. And so we're going to take a presentation here in March on the trajectories and just sort of, you know, that's a opaque word there, but it's sort of, you know, how we're not going in the right direction in several areas. And so how it is trying to get folks geared up to help us bend that curve when we revisit the rules later in the summer and the fall.
Great, thank you. And just for reference, so if Commissioner, what Deputy Director Green just commented on is attachment C, and it's page 2 of 3 on that. And it talks about what we're going to be doing in our May meeting. And I thank you for that, because it's a reminder that you've also nicely outlined for us the other, if you look under the LCDC column, it tells us what we'll be discussing at every meeting that we have throughout this year and into January and March of next year. So thank you for that. Any other comments, questions, thoughts before I ask for a motion to approve the schedule change as articulated by staff?
Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac does have his hand raised.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Chair MacArthur. And this may be too big and broad of a question for this context, but I just want to see if or how the department is thinking about it conceptually at this point. I think about this process that we're underway with, and Vice Chair Haleva will result in targets and measures, and that'll be very important. And at the same time, it's looking a lot more like there's a real possibility that House Bill 2488, creating Goal 20 of the statewide planning program, that's also going to address these issues, that is also directing local governments to meet targets and measures. And if this process completes by September March of 2022, as we hope, and then Goal 20 by the end of next year, the end of 2022, and then many of these same communities are then going to have a responsibility within a couple of years to then update their comprehensive plans to comply with Goal 20 and those performance measures. Is the department beginning to think about how these programs at a conceptual level might be implemented together so that they're in alignment, and it's not creating, we need to update it now, and then now we need to update it again, and almost every local government then has some sort of a compliance office and a reporting office, because you've got all these indicators and performance measures everybody needs to respond to. I can see local government officials that are watching both may have that question as early as this spring, as House Bill 2488 crosses the finish line, possibly. Thank you.
Chair MacArthur.
Yes, please.
Deputy Director Green here, and Commissioner Lilac, thank you. Director Rue may want to weigh in on this as well. Palmer and Emma, who are tracking Goal 20 closely, are off, I think, watching committee hearings, if not on that bill, other bills. It's been a very, very busy legislative session for the department, as you'll hear tomorrow. Commissioner Lilac, you're inviting us into a conversation that's necessary, so thank you. One space, I know the Venn diagram overlaps, is actually in that equity mapping. And to be perfectly candid with you, since the legislation is still in play, we haven't mapped out how all the pieces fit together, but we do know that we do want to be very conscious of the things that you said, is this sort of mounting reporting requirements on local governments, whether it's via housing, climate, and then now climate and equity via House Bill 2488 are very real. For example, House Bill 2488 has in the current draft, I think, some population threshold and some phasing requirements on particularly the climate side. The equity related requirements would apply to all local governments in the state. So it's, you're very right to raise this concern. And so I would just take that on as an assignment on our part. Thank you.
Yeah, good note that ultimately we've got to make sure this works at the local level, and you folks, Nick and company who are at the local level, you have a lot already that you're doing. So we need to make it as clear as possible how these different things connect with one another. Okay, hearing no more questions, seeing no more hands. I wonder if somebody is willing to offer a motion on the schedule.
Sure, I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
To approve the schedule as proposed. Maybe is there an official motion, or can I just?
There is not. So it's just something like, would they have a recommended action under Roman numeral 3, page 5 of 6? You could take a look at that, but I think you'll do just fine at just ad-libbing it.
Sure. I move that the commission approves the revised schedule to complete the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking process by March 2022, as proposed by staff.
Thank you, Nick. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Warren seconds. Thank you. A motion and a second. Sounds like we don't need to have much discussion on that. So I will turn to Ms. Johnson to call the roll.
Commissioner Pearmine.
Aye.
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Halova.
Aye.
And Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thanks, commissioners. Good work. And amazingly, because I wish I could have balanced out all the times we went over in our schedules in the past year, and now we're under by a good hour and a half or so. And given what we said yesterday, what we said about trying to move things around, I can't see anything on Friday morning that really is acceptable to move forward. Emma and Palmer are elsewhere, probably Carol is as well. And so I think, and we don't have Steve Faust for the CIAC thing. So if anyone has any parting comments, we'll adjourn early, but yes.
So sorry. I didn't know, Bill, if you had anything else in your presentation.
I have about 3 more slides.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Chair,
I thought we were done. Gosh, I'm going to get fired.
Not at all.
Nice try, Chair.
Thank you, Bill. Go ahead.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, I apologize. It is a little weird. We had our, it made sense to me to put it, what we've done, where we're going, and what our schedule looks like, and then where we're going, kind of in that order. But maybe we should try to put your actions in the back part of the presentation in the future, so that it's a little more logical for you. So we'll we'll take that under advisement and discuss that more in the future. Just a few more slides, if that's all right, on what we're coming up with next. And some of these have already been discussed a little bit. Our green infrastructure webinar, which I believe was mentioned by Vice Chair Holova earlier. I have not been super plugged into the planning of this event, but my understanding, if the Deputy Director wants to step in here, is that we do have someone that will be speaking to what the Vice Chair was asking about. The objective of this event is to focus. This was not me that wrote this, but the friendly part of climate friendly, to make sure that the places where we're asking more people to live are nice places to live, and that they're humane and aren't an urban jungle, I guess is would be the negative way of thinking about it. But they're nice, green, clean, pleasant places. So that's something that a number of members of our advisory committee have expressed interest in making sure that we're addressing. As you can tell, we're very busy in our advisory committee meetings. I don't know that we really found a time that we would be able to squeeze a discussion that to the length that it really demands into our advisory committee schedule. So that's why we've kind of split it off into its own thing. And we think maybe other folks will be interested in it as well. So it is open to everybody, including members of the commission and our advisory committee members. And you can see the date there. It's 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, May 6th. And of course, as we get closer, we'll be sure that we'll send that out to everybody on the commission, the link to look at that and to go to this webinar. So but the Deputy Director wants to add anything, I don't know.
I think you got it exactly right. Nothing to add. Thank you.
The performance measures work group. So I think, as you heard, we like I said, we're very busy, and we're not going to be able to do everything in our advisory committee meetings. So we're offloading some of these things into kind of subgroups, work groups. Have a separate webinar for the green infrastructure. This is a work group that will be working just on performance measures. It's sometimes kind of a technical exercise, although there's also a lot of values that are a part of this. We have, I think, a group of folks put together that is a balance of looking at kind of that technical and what data do we already have, what is easy to get, what it's easy to report, or at least possible to report, and what's valuable, what's interesting, what's going to be useful for us in making decisions, or for local communities to make decisions. So making those balances, that's going to take a lot of work. And so Cody Meyer on our staff is leading this work. We have 3 meetings scheduled. We have, I think, thanks to your recent decision, we have a little bit more time before our next advisory committee meeting. It's now going to be in July rather than June, to get this ready for them to take a look at in July. And of course, as we nail some more of those things down, we'll be bringing those to the commission for you to look at as well. And then
just real quickly, Bill, so I didn't see the performance measures as even a draft discussion topic for the commission in May and I know you want to really kind of work through the RAC. So I'm assuming that would come though after the July meeting, with the idea that the RAC isn't like locking in on those, that we have a chance to comment. So you can decide where to put it, but I do think there's a lot of interest on the commission about how those things evolve.
Certainly. Chair MacArthur, I don't know that we have it. In fact, I'm just looking at the schedule here. We don't have it written out specifically as an element that we'll be bringing to you, but I would expect in September we'll have those as part of that draft rules preview that we've got there. As an element of that, we can have the performance measures. And Cody, I'm sure, is listening and hopefully okay with that, what I just told you. So. But because probably won't be till July advisory committee that we'll be able to start bringing those performance measures to you. So I think July commission would probably be a bit premature. And then in terms of other activities that we will be conducting over the next few months, we've received a lot of feedback. If you had a chance to take a look at our packets for the last few meetings, for advisory committee meetings. I'm not suggesting you do that, but if you want to, they're on the website and they're also linked in on that schedule, attachment C. You can see we've asked after each meeting, we've asked some key questions of our advisory committee because it's so large. There's no way we can hear from everybody in those meetings. So we do give them an opportunity to give us written feedback, and we give them about a week or so to give us that feedback and return that to us electronically, and then we report that in the next packet. So when you want to see what they told us in the second meeting, you look at the third meeting packet, and you can see a summary of that that feedback, and it's voluminous. There is a lot. You can imagine 40 people plus maybe some alternates throwing their information in there. All have a lot of good information to say. We have a lot of work just to take what we to ingest what we've received and try to figure out how to best use that information. So we'll be doing some more of that over the summer and trying to make sure that we're taking all that good feedback and putting it to good use. We'll be developing some concepts. We've already started doing this work this spring, but we'll be doing more of it later this spring and into the summer about what do the other rules that we're talking about other than the Division 44. Those are our Divisions 7 and 8, which is having to do with housing rules, what amendments that we'll be making to those rules, as well as Division 12, which are the transportation planning rules, which have to do with how local jurisdictions comprehensively plan land use and transportation systems together. So big job ahead of us with those. We'll be working closely with the Department of Transportation on a lot of those rules and probably some other agencies as well. DEQ is definitely plugged into different pieces of those, and I'm sure I'm missing all sorts of stuff there, but that's going to take a lot of our time and effort over the summer to get something in place by the time July rolls around for the advisory committee to have something to look at and chew on, and for us to continue to review as the fall comes in this 2021. So a lot of that, refining the performance measures, as I just mentioned. The performance measure work group is going to be meeting multiple times to get those and figure out what the performance measures that are going to be workable for us. And then again, lots of coordination with agencies and local governments. We've already met with local governments in different parts of the state a few times. We're going to be meeting with at the request of League of Oregon Cities and Association of Oregon Counties, a number of local governments that are affected by this, kind of in a joint meeting where they have some concerns, and we'll be talking through some of those issues with them. And I expect going to be a one-time thing. So we're going to continue to do that, as well as you heard with our technical support team and our ongoing meetings with our Every Mile Counts partners as well in the Department of Transportation, DEQ, and Department of Energy. That work is continuing as well. So so lots of coordination that's going to continue with agencies and local governments. So we're going to be busy even if we don't have any advisory committee meetings for the next few months. So that is what we're up to. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Bill, and the entire team, commissioners. Doesn't look like there are any comments or questions. Thank you very much. I feel like I have a lot better understanding of the schedule. Thank you. And I think we can end this agenda item. And despite Director Rue's snarky comment, I am more than happy to spend the next hour and a half staring at your faces, but I think we can, in fact, adjourn early today. So hearing no reason from Jim or others to remain online, I'll see you all tomorrow morning at, is it 8:30 we start, Esther? Yes, 8:30. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Robin.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.